Hi, hi Mirko. Is this working?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. Because I was trying to access the link like since 9 a.m. here, but it only opened. Surely it opened recently.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, good afternoon to everyone. We'll be starting in just a few minutes.
Hello and welcome. Before I start, today's session is being recorded and live streamed. We also offer German and Portuguese interpretation today for those connected via Zoom. If you, after this opening session, would like to follow the rest of the conference, make sure you have registered on our conference website. All right, fellow GLUE activists, alumni and students, colleagues and friends, dear conference participants. My name is Mirko Herberg. I welcome you from the city of Berlin. You will have noticed we are not sitting in a conference room together in Washington, DC, as we had originally planned. We don't get to see and smell the cherry blossoms as we had hoped. Rather, you are being greeted from the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung's premises in Germany, where we have set up the infrastructure to host this GLUE conference. I am extremely pleased that despite the hurdles, we are able to conduct this conference. It is all but necessary for our GLUE network to come together. To the great transformations of our times, with the mega trends of demographic change, climate change, urbanization, and digitalization, 2 layers have been added since we last met in one room. A global pandemic and a war of aggression in Europe. Hence, the complexities of our work in the labor movement and in labor studies have quadrupled, it seems. And the challenges for working people just continue to get bigger and bigger. Still reeling from the pandemic fallout with its loss of lives, exhausted workers and families, stretched incomes and depleted budgets, we are facing an imminent energy and food crisis, as well as inflation in many places worldwide. We therefore have a lot to talk about in these 5 days of the GLUE conference. The editors of the 2020 edition of the Global Labor Journal demanded, and I quote, "Global labor studies is tasked with stabilizing and expanding the existing fields of visibility," end quote. This GLUE conference lives up to this call, and it is because of you who submitted papers and put together thematic tracks that we have been able to organize the diverse yet structured breakout part of the conference. The GLUE network is thereby showing how rich, deep, and close to working people's realities it is. We in FES are privileged to be part and to serve this network. And this is what we have done thanks to the efforts of my colleagues, Julia Schulz, Monika Schneider, and our communications team, that have put together the conference infrastructure, including the conference website, where you can find all information, links to breakout sessions, and papers. Let me also thank David Rötler, our technical moderator, and his team for being available to us throughout the conference. Jana Silverman and Abigail Cluster of Penn State University too have been and are making running of the conference possible. Simone Buckel is to be thanked for her consistent support, as are GLUE students from the 5 campuses who will be taking notes throughout the conference and share these on the Padlet. This Padlet is also available to you to share your thoughts and comments in the conference and its discussions. All of these colleagues are here to help you in any ways to make this conference pleasant for your ears, eyes, and your mind. Enough said. Let me now turn to the speakers of this opening session. I wanted to start with Mark Anner, but apparently Mark is having connection problems. That's why we just skip him and open with a short video by Liz Schuler, the president of the AFL-CIO, the largest US-based union confederation representing 12.5 million workers. Please have the video.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2022 Global Labor University Conference. I'm Liz Schuler, president of the AFL-CIO, a federation of 57 national and international unions representing nearly 13 million working people. And although I wish we could have gathered in person here at the AFL-CIO as we originally planned, I'm excited that this conference is back after a 2-year hiatus, and the lineup is as strong as ever. The AFL-CIO is a proud partner with Penn State University and with many of you in the Global Labor University program. Each year, the GLUE trains the next generation of labor rights academics and activists, and this kind of program is critical for a strong, effective global labor movement. There's a lot of hard work that takes place behind the scenes to make this conference possible. So thank you to the GLUE steering committee members, our co-hosts at FES, especially for lending technical support and hosting the conference. And in particular, I'd like to thank Mark Anner and Jana Silverman and the entire team at the Center for Global Workers' Rights at Penn State for leading the GLUE network in planning this entire conference. There has never been a more critical time to bring together this group, to think about how we rebuild and transform our global economic structures. After more than 4 decades of a failed neoliberal model, we need to center policies that work for workers and the environment. That's why I'm thrilled we are giving ourselves this opportunity to reimagine and rebuild a sound global social contract with workers and sustainability at the center, and fashioning a global economy so that those who do the work receive a fair share of the wealth we help create. Because we know the current global economic model is unsustainable. It has enabled the worst ever global health emergency, increased racial and gender inequity, and accelerated the disastrous effects of climate change. And it continues to feed runaway economic inequality through the systemic discrimination and devaluation of human beings. And when workers don't see that the systems work for them, they lose their trust in democratic institutions, which can clear the way for authoritarian leaders and autocratic states. Look no further than Putin's attack on Ukraine and the needless devastation and suffering and hardship it has caused. Solidarity knows no borders, and the world is unified against this aggression as never before. And the efforts of the global labor movement have been critical in fostering this international solidarity. Unions from around the world are providing direct humanitarian support to families who desperately need assistance. And by bridging academic work and trade union activism, the GLUE network has a unique role to play to help us secure a peaceful and democratic future. I am so proud to be a part of this powerful network, and I'm looking forward to hearing from our speakers and the robust discussions and ideas that will shape a more equitable and sustainable future for all of us.
Yeah, at this moment we would have clapped for Liz. It's a little bit more difficult here on Zoom, but we sure appreciate her message. And I think what she called us to do to reimagine how we shape and structure the global economy, this is exactly what we set out to do. I think that our good friend Mark has been able to join us, so I will try to hand over to him to address this opening session. Of course, you know Mark, he is the professor of labor and employment relations at Penn State University, the founder of the Center for Global Workers' Rights and Penn State's master's program in labor and global workers' rights. Mark, you're the mastermind and master orchestrator of this conference, and I'm happy you're with us.
Thank you so much, Mirko, and my apologies. 2 years of doing Zoom, and of all days, my network goes out this morning, so I rushed up to campus, a little out of breath here. Well, thank you, Mirko. Mirko, I know, was kind to thank many of us for our work, but I want to start by thanking you. Mirko has been with us every step of the way in planning this conference, helping with crucial contacts and insights, always with his good sense of humor. And thanks to Mirko, and with the tireless assistance of Julia Schultz, FES took on the onerous task of mounting the entire online program for the conference. They did a fantastic job, and our deepest thanks goes to them. I just want to reinforce the appreciation expressed by Mirko for the work of Janice Silverman and Abby Cluster here at Penn State, and our co-hosts Kathy Feingold and Laura Gutierrez of the AFL-CIO. Amazing work, everyone. Thank you. And of course, the whole idea was to be in Washington now, having our conference, and as Mirko mentioned, enjoying the cherry blossoms. But you should know that it has been so cold lately, a friend in DC remarked she wasn't sure if cherry blossoms were floating through the air or if it was snow. It turns out it was snow. So perhaps we shouldn't feel too bad about going virtual, and we promise you the GLUE events will be back in person as soon as it is possible. We all need that. So here we are. After more than a year of planning, several changes in dates, a change in the format from an in-person event to a virtual event, we're finally gathering for the 15th Global Labor University Conference, building a post-pandemic world of work with social justice. In organizing this conference, 2 GLUE members chaired each of our 7 tracks based on their expertise. These folks really came through for us, helping us put together a very exciting and comprehensive program. They include, in addition to folks on the planning committee, Frank Hoffa, Elaine Hui, Baba Ai, Uma Rani, Edlira Zafa, Jeremy Anderson, Nicolas Pons-Vignon, and Mostafa Henaway. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 7 tracks. 7 tracks plus 3 special sessions. Someone said to me, that's a lot of themes to cover. But what can we say? There's a lot going on in the world. And the GLUE has active, vibrant work in all these areas through workshops and online courses, paper series, edited volumes, a global labor column, the Global Labor Journal, and of course, our 5 masters and our Engage programs. It was a decade ago when I first met Frank Hoffa and others from the GLUE, and 8 years ago since we started the program at Penn State. I wholeheartedly believed in the GLUE from that very first meeting, and I believe in it even more today. Such a simple yet crucial vision to bring together trade unionist and worker rights-minded academics to discuss the problems facing the world of work and to find ways to collaborate and to build a world with social justice, gender and racial equity, and respect for worker rights in democratic societies. To say the GLUE network is needed now more than ever would be an understatement. Mirko outlined some of the crucial challenges facing the world of work today, from a COVID pandemic that exacerbated great inequalities in the world to authoritarianism and war in Ukraine. Of all the horrors of the world, I know none greater than the brutality of war and the ruthlessness of authoritarianism. I lived through parts of 2 wars, one in Nicaragua and the other in El Salvador. I've had some of my closest friends, amazing labor organizers, killed in front of me. When we watch the events of today, our hearts ache. At the same time, these events push us to deepen our sense of resolve, to recommit however we are able to the principle of solidarity, working together as one community with responsibilities to each other. The challenges may seem overwhelming, but I am of the opinion that the optimism of the heart is the result of a political decision. We choose optimism, even in the darkest moments, because we know of no other way to motivate and to inspire people for the battles we are in and for the ones that await us. Today and in the days to come, we will hear about many challenges, many struggles, but we'll also hear about successes, large and small, from Starbucks workers to nurses and teachers, platform, migrant, garment workers, and home workers, and so many more. Successes brought about by hard, smart organizing and by the optimism of the spirit. So let me end by encouraging you today and in the coming days to listen, to engage, to ask questions, and please, to provide suggestions and insights on how we as trade unionists, we as worker rights advocates, we as scholar activists, we in the GLUE network can work together more effectively to bring about a more just and peaceful world. Thank you very much, and please enjoy the conference.
Thank you, Mark, for these words. And yeah, let me tell you that I have been enjoying every single one of our Friday afternoon calls to prepare the conference. It's been great. No opening ceremony of a GLUE conference without Christoph Scherer. You know Christoph as the executive director of the ICDD, but more as the godfather or one of the godfathers of the GLUE. Over to you, Christoph.
Well, hello, dear friends of labor. It is a pity that we cannot meet in person, but fortunately, technological progress makes it possible that we can see and talk to each other anyhow. The circumstances are not only unfortunate because of the pandemic, but also because of the Russian government's war against Ukraine. I used to demonstrate against the wars of the United States. What is it?
Please go on, Christoph.
Oh, okay. So I used to demonstrate against the US government's wars. And first was when, as a kid at high school, when Angela Davis came for a manifestation against the Vietnam War in Frankfurt. And later on, I quit the Green Party because it supported the aerial bombing of Belgrade there. But now I demonstrated for the first time against the Russian government. And it felt different. But why? Well, it felt different because I felt threatened. The war has come to Europe. But this kind of feeling is probably also the one that other people feel when the war has come to their countries. So there is a big need for us to address that. What can global labor Something happened. I don't think it is an easy answer to that question of what labor can do to prevent future wars. But one thing is probably very important, and that is a fight against authoritarianism and authoritarian tendencies, because these are usually leading to a militarization inward and outwardly. But it is, of course, also very important to restrain the democratic governments in waging war against so-called terrorism around the world. I think that is equally important. So we cannot just focus now against Russia. And let me end my few remarks on that I do hope that the conference provides a bit of room to discuss these difficult issues. And I want to thank the organizers at Penn State and the organizing committees for the different strands of the conference, and of course, the Friedrich Ebert Foundation for the logistical support. I wish you a very fruitful, engaging conference.
Thank you, Christoph. And we're happy to have you part of that. Yeah, we could not have imagined in our wildest dreams that we would conduct this conference in this political context in Europe. Now we are shifting to Latin America, to Brazil. I invite Hugo Diaz, who is a professor at the Economics Institute at the University of Campinas and the 2022 chair of the International Steering Committee of the GLU, to welcome us and to introduce a special part of this opening ceremony. Over to you, Hugo, please.
Thank you, Mirko. Thank you all the colleagues, friends, trade unionists that are participating at the GLU conference. I would like to say a brief words of welcome. So on behalf of the GLU partner in Brazil, Unicamp, the State University of Campinas, but also on behalf of the GLU International Steering Committee, I would like to send you all a warm welcome to the 15th GLU conference. And it has been 3 years. The last conference we had was in Berlin in March 2019. And so it's been exactly 3 years since we last met. And since then we were debating the 100 years of the ILO, its role, but also thinking about the future, the next century of labor, of work, of organized labor. But since then, a lot has happened, and my colleagues here already mentioned that. But it seems like in 3 years, really a lot happened, like significant transformations, where in a relatively short period, and mostly due to the pandemic, but now with the menace of the war of aggression in Ukraine, but also the menace of expansion of conflicts worldwide, tendencies were enhanced, but also some myths were shattered. So more focusing on the pandemic, obviously tendencies like digitalization progressed exponentially, but also some myths like the consensus on the undesirability of government expenditure and participation were shattered, as the necessity of having strong public services and strong social policies to protect citizens became, the citizens' health, but also their livelihoods became evident. But now the menace of war obviously is looming, and it is also an important and very unforeseen, with very unforeseen consequences for our future. But what I would like to say is that, in fact, a lot has passed in these 3 years, and it was time we could meet again to return to our practice of debate, analysis, co-production of knowledge, this relationship between the academia and trade union action, trade union organization. And so it was important to return, not yet in the ideal circumstances, but I think it was important to return to, let's say, to the organization of a regular conference. Again, as I said, it wasn't possible to hold the conference as we would have liked it to happen. So in person, in situ, together in the same place. But I'm confident that our next meeting, the 16th, can and will occur already, hopefully, in normal circumstances. So just to finalize, I would like to thank, obviously, all the people, the FES, our University of Kassel for helping out very much, and obviously the Penn State and AFL-CIO for hosting the GLU conference. online virtually, but obviously based and organized in the US at Penn State. Mirko, I think I should mention now that we will be showing a short video, a tribute to two very important trade unionists. Should I continue?
Yes, please.
Yes, and we're going to actually show a short video as a tribute to very good friends, good comrades, Brazilian trade unionists from the Brazilian CUT, the Unified Workers Central of CUT. João Felício and Kel Jacobsen passed away in 2020. Not due to the pandemic, but due to a cancer, which is a pandemic on its own right. And they in very brief words, because they have a long trajectory, they obviously were long-standing trade unionists in Brazil, contributing to the renewal of trade unionism in Brazil in the 70s, in the 80s. I'm sorry, they helped create the Brazilian CUT, participated in different instances of CUT, but also João Felício was a national president of CUT, general secretary, also secretary of international relations, Kelt, also a secretary of international relations. But they were very committed trade unionists and committed to also to building international links between trade unionists, but also with this view, with this perspective of articulating trade union action and committed scholarship in building a better world, a world with social justice and with labor rights. And so I believe the GLU conference in Kelt, João Felício was president of the ITUC from 2014 to 2018, but I believe the video will mention that. But I would like also to mention that Kelt, even in his last days, he was still a very enthusiastic participant of the GLU project. He recorded several classes to our MOOC courses, massive online courses. He taught a class at our GLU program here in Brazil a few weeks before he passed away. So until the end, he was very active, very committed. And the same can also be said about João Felício. They were very enthusiasts of what we are building here at the GLU. And so we would like to pay our tribute, our homage to them that we lost in 2020.
Na história de luta da CUT, a contribuição de cada companheira e companheiro foi fundamental para que ela se tornasse a maior central sindical brasileira. Uma dessas figuras é João Felício, que esteve presente nessa trajetória desde a fundação da central em 1983. Então, diretor da POSP, maior sindicato do estado de São Paulo, mobilizou a estrutura da entidade para fortalecer a central, alavancando seu crescimento. Homem de fala mansa e de ideias firmes, João Felício reunia a capacidade de articulação com a disposição para a defesa da classe trabalhadora. Em 1994, passa a fazer parte da direção executiva da CUT e em 2000 é eleito presidente no 7º Congresso. Fortaleceu as relações internacionais e fomentou o debate sobre direitos humanos na entidade. Participou de conselhos no governo Lula e tornou-se, em 2006, secretário de Relações Internacionais da Central, cargo que exerceu por 3 mandatos. Foi o primeiro latino-americano a presidir a CSI, a Confederação Sindical Internacional, em 2014. Um mês antes de sua morte, em 2020, participou do congresso da sua categoria, sempre com lucidez e sabedoria. Como dizia Bertolt Brecht, os que lutam a vida toda são os imprescindíveis.
A CUT ela procura sempre combinar as suas reivindicações específicas pelo salário e pelo emprego com mudanças estruturais e mudanças profundas que nós queremos fazer no Brasil. A CUT quer mudar o Brasil.
Talvez a expressão cidadão do mundo seja a melhor definição para Kjeld Jacobsen. Nascido na Dinamarca, veio para o Brasil com 9 anos de idade e cresceu na região de Campinas, onde, na juventude, ajudou a fortalecer o Sindicato dos Eletricitários, participando de sua direção. Kjeld se destacava pela cultura, pela inteligência, pela capacidade de articulação. Cedo percebeu que a conexão com a classe trabalhadora de todo o planeta era necessária. Secretário de Relações Internacionais da CUT, foi o primeiro presidente não metalúrgico da central quando Vicentinho se licenciou. Exerceu o cargo por alguns meses, até a eleição de João Felício. Doutor em Relações Internacionais pela USP, Kjeld teve participação fundamental na criação do primeiro Fórum Social Mundial em Porto Alegre. Foi secretário-geral da Coordenadoria das Centrais Sindicais do Cone Sul e secretário executivo do Comitê Internacional Lula Livre.
Além de defender os interesses e direitos dos trabalhadores que representamos, nós temos também que defender que tipo de desenvolvimento nós gostaríamos para os nossos países.
Era chamado pelos amigos de Nórdico, de Viking. Kjeld e Felício, professor, ajudaram a tornar a CUT uma central forte e combativa, ampla e justa. João Felício, presente. Kjeld Jacobsen, presente.
I believe that our comrade Lisboa from the CUT would like to send us a message. Lisboa?
Sim. Bom dia. Bom dia, companheiros e companheiras. Quero cumprimentar o Mirko, Mark, Liz, Jana, Hugo, Laura, Christoph, por esta abertura, esse evento, dizer que para nós, da CUT Brasil, é muito importante que a gente dê sequência a esse programa, especialmente nesse momento em que que o mundo começa a sair, pelo menos é o que nós esperamos, dos efeitos da pandemia. Não posso deixar de registrar, nesse momento, o nosso agradecimento, a homenagem que foi feita agora ao João Felício e ao Kjeld. Os dois, tanto o João quanto o Kjeld, deixaram para nós da CUT, mas não só para nós da CUT, para o movimento sindical brasileiro, também para o movimento sindical mundial, um enorme legado que eu sintetizaria no compromisso histórico, né, dos dois com a luta da classe trabalhadora dentro e fora do Brasil, né, com a luta contra o neoliberalismo, que já foi, né, como tão bem qualificado aqui pela Liz, como um instrumento que acaba por criar cada vez mais, cada dia que passa, mais desigualdade entre as pessoas, entre os seres humanos, entre os ricos e os pobres, mais desigualdade entre as regiões do mundo, e que cria ainda mais ameaça, aumenta cada dia mais a ameaça à própria vida no planeta e à própria sustentação do planeta. Portanto, essa homenagem ao João e ao Kjeld, sem dúvida nenhuma, é uma coisa muito importante para nós ficamos muito felizes, porque, como disse, os dois deixaram um legado muito forte para nós no Brasil, fora do Brasil, e, sem dúvida nenhuma, é esse legado que os dois deixaram que nos mantém, né, na disposição de lutar por um mundo melhor. Eu acredito que a saída, né, que o mundo, neste momento, enfrenta enormes desafios, mais desafios ainda e maiores desafios ainda do que já enfrentávamos antes da pandemia, né, porque nós sabemos que com a pandemia o mundo se tornou ainda mais desigual, como costumo dizer, e especialmente os trabalhadores e trabalhadoras, os jovens, as mulheres do sul do mundo é quem mais sofrem. Então, nós precisamos, companheiros e companheiras, a partir, né, da continuidade deste programa, que é fundamental, como todos já disseram, para a formação de militantes acadêmicos e a formulação de ideias para enfrentar né, o neoliberalismo e as desigualdades no mundo. Portanto, manter esse programa é fundamental. E nós sabemos que, para isso, é tão importante que nós façamos cada vez mais um esforço de cada um, das nossas organizações. Vocês sabem, né, das dificuldades que o próprio movimento sindical brasileiro passa nesse momento, né, pelos ataques que nós estamos sofrendo no Brasil, especialmente desde 2016, quando houve um golpe no país e, a partir desse momento, assumiu, né, um governo golpista e, posteriormente, o governo, né, fascista que temos hoje. Portanto, são enormes desafios que a classe trabalhadora tem, né, nesse momento que enfrentar. E, sem dúvida nenhuma, a organização, a partir desse programa, é fundamental para, né, que a gente possa não só formar militantes, mas formular políticas, formular ideias para enfrentar esse mundo tão injusto. Eu concluo dizendo que o João Felício e o Kelde Jacobson sempre defenderam, né, a manutenção, né, dos direitos da classe trabalhadora e sempre defenderam a organização internacional, o internacionalismo da classe trabalhadora como uma única forma capaz de enfrentar as desigualdades, capaz de enfrentar as injustiças. Eu quero, portanto, mais uma vez agradecer pela homenagem que, em nome da CUT, né, agradecer pela homenagem feita ao João e ao Kelde, e dizer que nós estamos, né, apesar das dificuldades, estamos muito felizes com a realização desse evento, esperamos que o próximo seja feito presencialmente, e, enfim, que consigamos sair dessa conferência, né, com uma GLU ainda mais forte e mais capaz de apresentar propostas para a saída, né, da crise, né, econômica, sanitária, humana, ambiental, em que nós passamos nesse momento. É um grande desafio, mas eu tenho certeza que todos nós aqui, a partir dessa reflexão e desse trabalho, seremos capazes de enfrentar. Grande abraço, uma boa conferência para todos nós.
Thank you, Lisboa, for joining us for the emotional words. I think we all feel that we are part of a large family and network of comrades, and we are going to continue in the spirit of Kelde and Joao. And we wish you all the best of luck for the struggle that you will win later on in this year. Okay, we are at the end of our opening session, realizing, of course, that our network is larger, and we will later on today also hear from union colleagues from South Africa and India, who are, of course, a key part also of the GLU network with the universities and the labor movements that part of the International Steering Committee. I am now going to hand over to Carlos Jimenez, who will moderate our first plenary session, The Path to Power, Union Organizing in the US. Carlos, it is your show now.
Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be, and scarier words may not have been uttered today. It is Carlos. Good morning. My name is Carlos Jimenez. I am really honored, and it's a pleasure to join you here today and join such a powerful and incredible gathering of leaders from across the globe. I think our task, greetings, and absolutely, I'm excited to see the chat, the comments, and just get to know who's in the room. I think our task here in this opening panel is to try to really do some grounding for the next kind of 2 days of conversations. And really, I think we have some incredible folks that'll be presenting, so I'll get out of the way. But I think our task is a little bit to connect the dots between some of the large and powerful issues that we're all seeing. And I think that are on our minds. COVID-19, the pandemic, there's the realm and the work happening around digitalization, there's climate change in the environment, there's increasingly authoritarian right-wing populism that we're seeing out there. And truthfully, we're even seeing a conversation and the work and ideas and understanding of the word work itself changing. And so I think it's important to keep these things in mind and maybe factor in growth, economic development, because I think it's important to ensure that, around all of these topics and these issues, we are intentionally asking the question of whom, for whom, and where are workers and how are working people being impacted by these choices and policies, and are the choices and the decisions that we're making ones that are leading to the rebuilding and the strengthening of the fabric of our society, of civic engagement, of participation and democracy. And if you step back and think about it, right, this is a critical arena. Work itself is a critical arena that influences democracy, right? How can a new working parent, at least here in the United States, and I'm sure everywhere, get involved in their kids' education when they're working 2 to 3 misclassified jobs at different hours, when they have no control over their schedule or are really living paycheck to paycheck, not sure that they have any economic security underneath them or around them. And so what type of choices are workers being forced to make? And really the all too often choice where people have to choose between going to the doctor or missing a last minute shift that came their way. And if they refuse to show up, they might end up getting dismissed. And so it is challenging times. I think it's important to note that it is a hard environment. But the good news, and I am here to say that there's actually really good news, and I suspect people here know this, is that we don't actually have to go that far or dig that deep to start looking for solutions to some of the problems. When workers have the ability to have a say in their lives at work, when they can make improvements in their working conditions, when they have collective bargaining and a union through which to take collective action, we know and we've seen that they can make significant improvements to the safety and the quality of their jobs and their lives, turning jobs, sometimes low quality, into good jobs and careers, creating stability and meaningful security economically in their lives. And more importantly right now, and maybe even better news is, and I say this as an organizer, somebody that does and thinks about supporting workers get a union, is that workers are in motion right now. They are moving with their feet and in action. In the United States, there was this concept that was in the newspapers and the media last year, the Great Resignation, which our data and our surveys found actually included about 14% of all US workers had some participation in the Great Resignation, meaning they transitioned or left their jobs over the last year and a half. Right, but there was also this discussion around strike wave and increased union activism and members demanding more at the bargaining table. When we're seeing this across the globe, this speaking in this these workers and being in motion, and as a union organizer, I got to say that's one of the most important and powerful things that you can find. Right, having workers in motion and leaders that are willing to really demand that their labor be properly respected and come together with the coworkers. The challenge, because there are challenges, and we're going to hear more about it and get into it here shortly, is that it is increasingly getting more and more difficult, and we are seeing more and more barriers through labor laws, through the actions of employers, whether legally and sometimes illegally, right? There are more and more barriers that workers are facing when trying to get a union. And our laws have not caught up to the economy that we have today, right? And so it's a very different and hard thing that workers experience often, and unfortunately, when trying to organize, at least here in the U.S. Context. And so the workers are in motion. The real question is, how do we find a path for them to mobilize their power and act on it, right? And really kind of transform the conditions of their employment. And so the solutions will require that we try some new things sometimes, though it may also require that we try time-tested strategies and activities that we also know work. And more importantly, to make sure that everyone and increasingly more and more people are joining and being invited to join this movement that recenters our economy around workers. And so, and really benefits everyone. And so on that note, I just wanted to introduce the panel, what we're going to be discussing, but maybe to kick us off, and I'm extremely honored to do so. I believe she's joined. We actually, I want to do a little bit of introduction because we're joined by Deputy Secretary Julie Su, who I think wanted to offer some remarks and share a little bit about what the administration and she and the Department of Labor are doing. And so I'm going to do a little bit of introduction, bring her on, and then we'll continue going on to the panel. But it is my great pleasure to introduce and welcome Deputy Secretary Julie Su, not just as a Californian, but as somebody that's really, seen, well, as a Californian, somebody that's seen how her leadership was really critical in strengthening and improving the laws and the conditions for working people in the state, and now to have her leadership at the national level, bringing that energy, those ideas, that creativity, that passion, and that ethic to the work is really incredible. She was appointed by President Biden and confirmed by the Senate last year in 2021, and she serves as the de facto chief operating officer for the department, which is a giant agency. And she oversees its workforce. She helps manage its budget and executing the priorities of the Secretary of Labor and the agency. Prior to joining the Department of Labor, Deputy Secretary Su served as Secretary of the California Labor and Workforce Development Agency. That is the top office in the nation's second largest government agency protecting workers' rights. So she has a deep background and she knows what she's doing. And she's a pioneer in many ways, a pioneer workers' rights advocate who has dedicated a quite distinguished career to advancing justice on behalf of poor and disenfranchised communities. And so we are really honored to have Deputy Secretary Julie Su. Welcome.
Carlos, can you hear me?
We can totally hear you, Deputy Secretary. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you see me?
I can't yet, but that might be me. Sometimes I have data issues. Can others? I'm looking at the crowd. You may be off video so far, but we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to jump in then, and I apologize for my technical difficulties this morning, but it allowed me to hear some of what you said, Carlos, which I really appreciate and echo. Hold on, this might be a video start. Did that work? I don't know why the video.
You're coming loud and clear. No video,
okay.
But we hear. Oh, you're with us. Good morning.
Oh,
welcome.
Oh, good morning. Okay, good morning. Well, thank you so much to the AFL-CIO for the invitation to join you today. Thank you for this. As some of you may know, Secretary Marty Walsh, the U.S. Secretary of Labor, and I are both the direct beneficiaries of a union household. So we know firsthand the value of workers' right to protect him or herself, to fight for fair wages, to demand safe working conditions, and to ensure benefits for themselves and for their families through the power that a union brings. It's also why the Secretary was honored to serve as Vice Chair of the Task Force on Worker Organizing and Empowerment alongside Vice President Harris, because he believes, as the recently released task force report states so clearly, that unions benefit all of us. I was personally drawn to the administration by the very clear statements by the president and others that this was going to be the most pro-worker, pro-union administration in history. And unionization is a key component to our shared economic recovery. As has been said many, many times, as you all know very well, the pandemic highlighted who the real essential workers in our economy are, from healthcare workers to farm workers, caregivers to grocery store clerks, and so many more. These workers showed up every single day to ensure that we could continue to survive and thrive during the worst health and economic crisis of our lifetime. And working people are now empowered like never before. Carlos said this too. And that should be very exciting for us. Some have described this phenomenon as the Great Resignation, but I reject that characterization. Some have called it a labor shortage. I reject that as well. This is really both a good job shortage, and as one service worker described in an interview on CNN earlier this year, it's really a worker revolution. Workers are organizing, demanding better working conditions, and leaving jobs that don't give them the security and dignity that they deserve. But as the panel that follows me knows well, the path to getting there is not easy. There are antiquated and outdated labor laws, scofflaw employers, and a lack of understanding among the public about the value of unions. And those create what can sometimes feel like insurmountable obstacles. But that's why this global labor university and conferences like this are so valuable. By bringing together academics, policymakers, organized labor, and organizers together to help ensure that workers can overcome these obstacles. I have seen firsthand, as Carlos said, in my long history of working as an advocate for low-wage workers, and then also in government in the state of California, just how important all of this work can be. I have seen how workers who have been told their whole lives that they should just keep their heads down and know their place, transform themselves, their whole communities, and all the rest of us too, when given a chance to organize. And in his recent State of the Union address, President Biden called on Congress to pass the Richard Trumka PRO Act. Now, I've been in DC for just about 8 months, and I feel like I know less about what moves Congress to do things than I did before I got here. But what I can say is that labor law reform is long overdue. And that's why in my role as Deputy Secretary, I work with the staff of the entire Labor Department every day to unleash our full power to protect workers' wages and working conditions. Of course, the legislative change is really important, and we want to talk about that. But in my role here, I believe that we have to use this moment to think and act boldly on behalf of working people without just relying on other changes that must be done elsewhere, without relying on changes to the law or increases in our budget, both of which are really important and both of which we continue to talk about all the time. But there are powers within government to unleash everything that we've been given for the benefit of working people to advance our mission that are really, really critical. And this includes our work through the Secretary's Good Jobs Initiative. This is an effort that the Secretary launched earlier this year to make sure that every penny of the over $1 trillion in infrastructure investments are going to good jobs and going to those communities that need them the most. It's also an effort to work with our sister agencies across government to ensure that that federal funding goes to creating those good jobs. And we are doing this with an eye toward equity, because we also have to address the consequences of systemic racism in all aspects of our economy, right? Part of what was revealed through the pandemic, but those of us here know full well, is that there's a reason why many of the most dangerous and difficult work are often done by people of color and women of color. And in building back better, we have to do better. We know that even the most basic labor laws have a history of not protecting all workers equally, right? From farm workers and domestic labor, sectors where workers of color are deeply overrepresented. From the very beginning of the Fair Labor Standards Act, they were denied basic protections and the right to organize. So we cannot meaningfully address economic inequity unless and until this is remedied. And organized labor is our partner in this effort. We are very grateful for this. The fight for civil rights and labor rights have long been deeply, deeply intertwined. And so I look forward to working with you, as does the entire Department of Labor, in this unprecedented moment in time as we emerge from this pandemic to build real economic equity and worker power and strong and vibrant unions. So thank you so much. And I will turn it back to you, Carlos.
Oh, thank you so much, Deputy Secretary Sue. That was incredible. And just want to recognize and thank you personally for your leadership, but also Secretary Walsh and really the whole department, the administration, for their leadership and that deep commitment to really rethinking and I think showing the American people and the world that the way that government can actually be a solution to some of the problems. And it starts with really naming those problems and then recognizing that working people and the lives of regular people need to be central to what we're solving for around some of these big questions and challenges. And really, as I think as the president said, to building from the bottom up, from the middle out, and really putting workers and unions at the center of how we're going to build our country and a global economy back. And so, and I think you said it well. I mean, I think there's the limitations of what labor law and the rules and what we can do in Washington, but we also are seeing this moment where we're just, workers are getting ahead and trying to figure out, you see farm worker victories in New York State, you see informal work being discussed more, you see more and more people wanting to join unions in the United States. It's at an all-time high. And I really do credit the administration and leaders talking about good quality work and really raising the expectations and the understanding of what our work is worth. So just thank you. And I think, in some ways, I think today we are joined by two exciting then panels to go into this that I think it showcased just, I think, some of what you were talking about, some of that, some of those cases of it shouldn't be this hard, but nonetheless, workers still think that better outcomes, better lives are worth it. And so we are really just honored and glad to have folks and leaders from Maine and Alabama who will speak to us a little bit about different contexts and organizing experiences, what they've learned, what their messages are to other workers and to us in this space, and really hopefully to ground our discussion over the next, day and a half here. And so I want to welcome up first, then from Maine, some of our leaders. We are joined by Sarah and Deb up from Maine, but to introduce them and really to get people familiar, because I don't know that you all know them the way I do. I got to become a fan of these folks from afar and as they were doing some really great organizing last year. But we wanted to introduce both of these campaigns with a little quick video just to give you a taste of who they are, what they've been working on, and then we'll get to know them a little bit more. So if the tech team can help me load up the introduction for the Maine Medical Center leaders here, that would be amazing.
I work with an amazing group of nurses.
We originally go into that profession because we want to help people.
I actually started at Eastern Maine. Then a couple years ago, I came down here.
My first 2 nursing jobs to work at 2 different union hospitals. And for me, it was always a given that nurses had a voice at the table.
We really haven't had a voice.
I have been talking about staffing issues for years with upper management.
I remember in the year 2000, there was a campaign to vote in a union. And at the time, I voted no. And I sort of regretted this ever since.
Earlier this year, when there was sort of rollbacks and cuts, and I know all my colleagues in Bangor didn't deal with any of that because it's all guaranteed in a contract.
As far as our standard of patient care, we're losing ground.
In our unit alone last year, we had over 20 people who either retired or left.
There is essentially no way with the lack of staffing that you will ever complete everything that you really should complete.
We're just one step away from something really terrible happening.
We need change.
I can't tell you how many times in the first couple of years working at Maine Med, I was like, oh, this would just be solved if we had a union.
Being involved in the union is empowering, and you get to affect real change.
I am proud to be in a union that is led by bedside nurses and provides over 170,000 nurses with an organization to advocate for themselves and their patients.
I was really excited when I heard the word that anew wanted to work with us.
anew does have a legacy of supporting nursing interests, negotiating great contracts, and investing in community health.
The nurses advocating for nurses and advocating for their patients.
I encourage you to vote yes, because that's how you will have a say at the table.
It's powerful to have things in writing in a contract.
This will help us to attract and retain nurses and other staff, and then we can get back to giving the quality care that we are accustomed to giving.
We could really improve our working conditions.
Join your fellow nurses and let's make some positive change in this hospital and for our community.
The situation at Maine Med has been better, and it should be better, and it will be better if we unionize.
Oh, yes!
I will be voting yes.
For our patients, our coworkers, our families, and ourselves.
We're voting yes.
Vote yes. Yes.
I'm voting yes for our community, and I'm voting yes for our profession. Vote yes.
No, I'm excited.
Very excited.
I can't wait to
vote
yes.
yes.
Hell yes.
I'm voting yes.
For me, for you, for all of us.
Vote yes.
Yeah.
And vote yes, they did. And it was a really powerful story. And we're so honored to have Sarah and Deb join us this morning. Sarah and Deb, I'll give it a sec to see if you've come up. I saw you there in the guest in participant list, but welcome on board. Good to have you. And maybe just as the opening, would love to see if you might be able to just introduce yourselves and let the folks know who you are, where you're from, and then we'll get to know a little bit more of this story here in a second.
Good morning from Skowhegan, Maine. My name is Sarah Bigney McCabe, and I work at the Maine AFL-CIO as our organizing director, and was really pleased to have a role in the community support campaign for the nurses at Maine Med, which Deb is going to tell you more about.
Hello and good morning and welcome. And my name is Deborah Donovan. I've been a nurse for 30 years, 21 of those years at Maine Medical Center. And I'm here in Portland, Maine. Prior to coming to Maine, I was a union nurse in San Francisco, California, with California Nurses Association. And so I knew what a union was about. And when I came to Maine, we've had a few different organized attempts over the years from 1975 on. It took about 20 years to get this union in, but I'm so happy and so proud of all of my colleagues that work so hard, and we are now unionized. We are now in contract negotiations for our first contract, which today is a bargaining day. And I, just watching that video again, I tell you, it really gets to my heart. But I forgot how hard we actually worked.
No, and well, good luck later today during bargaining. That's a critical component, and maybe we'll come back to that in a second. But just, I feel like you started answering my first question, and so maybe we'll start with you, Deb. And thank you for making time this morning, I should say. So you knew the union difference. You'd been in the Bay in San Francisco and had some experience. But can you describe for us a little bit, and for the audience who might not be as familiar? These are two pretty developed, well, I'm assuming they're hospitals that have patients coming in, they're busy, there's activity, but what was some of the difference between the union and the non-union facility, or some of the conditions that were making other nurses want to form a union?
Well, certainly when I was in San Francisco, I was a brand new nurse at that time. I, got my first job and they said to me, we're a union hospital, so you will be paying union dues. And I said, great, sign me up. And so it was just a given. I knew nothing else but working as a union nurse. And we always had a voice. I always felt, somebody had my back if I needed it. But we worked together strong and we made changes. And during the 10 to 12 years that I was in San Francisco, that was an important time too, that's when we managed to get safe staffing as in the legislature. And that took a lot of lobbying by nurses, by a nurses union in Sacramento, and a big push, a lot of public education as to what safe staffing was about. And so California still stands as the only state right now, I believe, with laws for safe staffing. Unfortunately, that's when I moved and I came to Maine, and then we did not have a union here. And it was sort of a strange feeling to me because I wasn't used to being a nurse that didn't speak up. But, lots of nurses were, afraid to speak up because the culture was not of one that you had a voice or you had, choices in your care. So when we did start organizing, it was hard. It was a lot of education that nurses needed. And of course, we had quite a bit of pushback as far as union busting. And union busting was strong. It was difficult. It was hard. The hospital spends millions on professional union busting. And we'd be pulled out from patient care to go to mandatory meetings. We would have our managers constantly reminding us why we don't need a union. It was, you kind of felt like you were under the microscope all the time, who was organizing, who was not organizing, who was pro, who was not. And that, creates intimidation, fear. And had we had the PRO Act during that time, it would be illegal. The type of union busting that went on, and very strong. And so yeah, when I came to Maine Med, I could see we needed a union, and I was ready for it. I was ready for this campaign.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I feel like you're making it very easy because you're making many questions I have actually condensed. So thank you, Deb. So look, you knew the union difference, and you actually had seen the type of power that you could mobilize to change policies, staffing ratios, the volume of work nurses were doing, making these better jobs. And so it becomes possible to see why a system would spend millions of dollars to prevent you all from having a mechanism through which to do that, right? Because ultimately, the power imbalance is, was one that they wanted to protect. And as you noted, it shouldn't be this hard. There are laws being proposed and that we are working hard to pass to change that. But that is a little bit of the case. But before we go into then what it took to overcome some of that, and Sarah, to bring you in, I did just want to ask, this was happening and then the pandemic came. And it sounds like these conditions were not great before the pandemic. And then patients starts coming in, safety becomes a bigger issue. And so how did that impact you, Deb, or your colleagues there at the hospital? And what did that mean? And how do you think the union is going to help kind of things moving forward? Because unless, I don't know, let me not say what I'm not, but it seems like this might be a thing we need to figure out how to continue to mitigate and address, and may come and go in ebbs and flows as new variants are going. So how is the union, going to be a thing moving forward? And how did COVID affect things? So just before we go into what we had to do to win.
Sure. Well, we started our campaign in the fall of 2019, and we started off with a small group, and which slowly built up. And I could see that this was something that was going to move this time, that we had this chance of unionizing. So we started meeting, of course, in person back then, but then the pandemic rolled in, and suddenly we were slammed with the unknown. Our work situation became a little more dangerous. It became harder. The issues with PPE, safe. I worked as a COVID nurse in my unit, 4 different times since the pandemic started. In my unit, we had PPE, but other units didn't. And it was a little bit slipshod here and there. Of course, it changed our organizing. We had to suddenly go onto Zoom. We couldn't meet in person. We couldn't even travel floor to floor, unit to unit during a pandemic because of risk of spreading COVID, of course. So it made it harder. We had to work harder, lots of one-on-one conversations with our coworkers, staying in touch. But I have to say, NNU is an incredible union. They have, our organizers kept us right on task. I mean, because it's really hard when you have 2,000 nurses and departments all over the hospital that you're always working within your own silo. It's not so easy to reach out and have a quick meeting or coffee. You couldn't do that anymore, but we kept at it. And it was, like I said before, it was very hard work. It wasn't easy, but we did it. And so now it's been 1 year since we won our election. And we have made changes, even though we are right now on our first contract. And the hospital is overall working in good faith bargaining, but we have already made some changes that are positive. And,
wow.
And well, so, yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, some of our platform, just to let you know, was things like safe staffing that comes in, patient safety, patient care. It's really focused on patients in our community, as well as our own safety, our own compensation, a voice, and equal power to administration. And that is something now that administration has to get used to.
Yeah, well, just a couple of reactions. One, and I mean, people say this maybe and it's cliche, but just really thank you for stepping up during such a hard time and doing that work. I mean, I can't imagine the stress, the anxiety, how much, you personally and friends and family just had to navigate all of that. Like we all had to navigate that. So thank you. And then, yeah, NNU is impressive, but now you are part of NNU and you all are impressive. So congratulations. But Sarah, I wanted to bring you in because to me, this was actually interesting. You described an administration or a company that was spending millions on trying to stop you and your coworkers from doing it. And now you're describing a situation in which you're actually going into bargaining and they may not be, I don't know what they're doing. So explain that to us, but you may have a different posture and so I'm wondering how you won, because you won rather powerfully have an impact on things. And Sarah, just how did you come into this? Where did the AFL-CIO come in? And just can you tell us a little bit more about like what it took to win and how we need to continue supporting these workers?
Deb, do you want to take that question, the first piece, and then I'll talk about the community campaign?
Sure. Yeah. So, we did, when we won, we actually won by, I guess, what's considered a landslide in in election type terms. And we weren't sure. I mean, we felt good going in, but, there was 2 other campaigns over the years that they lost by maybe 30 votes, back in 2000. So I guess I had myself ready for almost anything, which way it was going to go. But after putting so much work in over 2 years, we were ecstatic when we won. But one of the big things was the community, and with Sarah and the AFL-CIO, our other union brothers and sisters across the state. They had our backs. They were there. They were standing with us. We had a Facebook group called Friends of Maine Med Nurses. And that was not our nurses that put it out. It was our union, brothers and sisters and community. And boy, did that grow. And the neighborhood had lawn signs out to support our nurses, vote yes. It was quite amazing. And, the community knows also we're the people that are going to take care of them when they're sick. We all work together in this, and whether you're community, you're the nurse, you're the local unions. And since then, now that we're a union too, we're out there on informational picket lines and so forth with our other unions. When they need our help, we have gone in. And we're getting ready to have an informational picket for our union coming up in a couple of weeks too.
Yeah, so we, at the Maine AFL-CIO, we got a call from Maine State Nurses Association right before the nurses were going to file their cards, asking for help with the community campaign. And we knew we had to drop everything and throw down because this was the biggest organizing drive in at least 40 years in Maine. Mm-hmm. And for those of you who haven't been to Maine, which is probably a lot of you, Portland is the biggest city, and this is the biggest hospital in the state. And so the rest of the state is quite rural. And so we know literally everybody in Maine had a stake in this organizing drive, because any of us tomorrow could be a patient at Maine Med. If something serious happens, it is the hospital that serves the whole state. We put out the call for stories from people who had been patients or had family in the hospital. And we got stories from every corner of our huge rural state of people who had been patients at Maine Med. And everyone had a story about why the nurses, why they respected the nurses so much and loved the nurses so much and wanted them to win this union, because they are the ones that do the care. They're the ones that take care of people in the times of huge need. And so people really, everyone, it was a all hands on deck. Everyone came forward. All the unions said, yep, all hands on deck. Let's do this. There was no, oh, well, that's not my union, so I'm not going to help with this. Everyone wanted to help. So we had thousands of people sign petitions, get lawn signs. Those lawn signs were the hottest item in the state. You couldn't get your hand on one. They were all gone. Everyone And so we, what else? We collected video testimonials and made a video that we shared with the nurses. We had the Facebook group, and all of that was intentional. It wasn't just like, oh, let's throw a Facebook group out and see.
Привет, с вами Люба 228.
It was all very. Is there background? I'm hearing some background noise.
I wasn't sure that was coming out of your house or background, but if
yeah, I think it's some people like just doing that. Can you kick them, please?
I think our technical moderator is trying to solve the problem.
In a
coming in.
No, I believe that there may just be some trolling going on.
Yeah, can you kick them, please, sir?
Sure.
I can certainly try.
Okay, I hope you can continue now.
Go ahead, Sarah. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. So we
Oh no, yeah, I don't have I believe access to kick people out, but let me see if I do. I can do something here.
No, Carlos, our technical moderator is on it.
Yeah.
If folks can just give us 1 minute, then while we just take care of this.
Истеричка, это кто сказал такое? Сейчас наставлю двое среди...
Okay, let's hope somebody tweeted the link and this was the issue. And now we have activated the waiting room. And yeah, hopefully.
Great. Okay, I'm sorry, Sarah. I think we may be good to go. Do you mind just you were telling us about the community campaign. Everybody knows people in this hospital. It's a really important thing, that everybody had a stake in. I'm so sorry. If you don't mind just trying to kick us back off.
That's great. I was like, am I the only one hearing that? I have a 9-month-old, so usually I have the background noise. So it wasn't me this time. So we just used all kinds of tactics to engage community members, to engage union members. Everyone wanted to help with this. And it was really a fantastic showing of solidarity. But one thing that was really important too is that we worked closely with the nurses union, because we didn't want to get out ahead of them or do anything off message or do anything detrimental. And for example, a lot of folks were so ready to go picket outside of the hospital. Can we go have a march and a rally? And then the organizers said, that's really not helpful right now. That's not what will convince undecided nurses that this is something that they want to be a part of necessarily. So I was like the bouncer. I had to hold people back and say, here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're not going to do. But there was so much enthusiasm. It took a huge army of volunteers to get those lawn signs up all over, and people really stepped up in a huge way. But we really did, as a lesson that we learned is like really do it at the direction of the union, and also that nothing replaces the organizing drive. These nurses executed a, near as I could tell, perfect organizing drive. Obviously there's things that happen, but they did everything right. They worked so hard. They had all those one-on-one conversations over and over again. They brought it back to their issues. They did it all really well. And a community campaign can't replace that. All we can do is sort of be this extra little boost and sort of wrap them in our arms of love and reflect back to them, reflect back to those nurses, those stories. I collected all these stories and shared them back with the nurses so that they could see that we supported them, and the people that they work every day to serve supported them. And we were just sort of that extra little bit. And I think it's a great model for what state feds and communities and CLCs can do to support organizing, but it can never replace good organizing happening and the hard work of the nurses. And that was kind of like, I think, our biggest takeaway, but it was a wonderful opportunity to work on this effort. And I'm so thrilled for the nurses that they won.
Perfect. Thank you. And we are seeing some questions, but why don't we pivot to Alabama and then we'll come back. But just to say, I think one of the things that you're describing and that I'm glad you said at the end is that it was almost like a perfect campaign. There was massive organizing, like just workers were in motion, and that piece was central and well done. And so, but the thing is, and Deputy Secretary Sue said this earlier, it really shouldn't be this hard. People shouldn't have to go through the perfect drive to be able to have a democratic right at work, to have a voice and shape their working conditions.
I agree, man.
That is a problem. And so there is some more background. I'm not sure if the other, if somebody's now off mute, so that just flagging that. But I did want to welcome then to the stage, perfect. The team in Alabama, Michael and Jennifer from the Amazon Organizing in Bessemer with the RWDSU UFCW, who have been really, I think, also part of a powerful campaign, and I think really working incredibly hard. And actually in the midst, just concluded a rerun of the initial election, which the NLRB found to have been tainted, and the employer acted in ways that violated the law, so asked that it be reran. That just concluded in the last week, and so I think we're in the waiting period, Michael and Jennifer, if I'm not mistaken, for the results and to figure out what's next. But an incredible effort. I mean, just what happened from the first run to the second run, amidst the pandemic, as the pandemic was then subsiding, and just we know how busy you are. So just thank you both for being able to make us, and maybe like Sarah and Deb, maybe you all could just start off by introducing yourselves to us, letting us know who you are. Actually, now that I'm talking and I'm remembering my prompts, there's actually a video we wanted to use to introduce you both to, so you don't have to do all of the work, and just to give folks here a flavor of who you are and some of the work you've been doing, but then you can come back on and really let us know who you are and more about this campaign, if that's okay. So I'm gonna ask the tech team if you could help load up this second video on Amazon, on Bessemer, and then we'll get going.
Sing it with me, y'all. Sing it with me, y'all.
I don't want to turn it into a church service, but it is what it is.
Hallelujah.
Okay?
Amen, brother.
So if you believe enough and you're willing to stand up enough, let's all come together and make a mighty fist. You know what I mean? Yeah!
What is safe about allowing employees to remain on the work floor as a tornado warning is forecast to make a direct hit on the building?
Tell them.
It is an atrocity that we, the laborers, generate 99% of the income, yet we get less than 1% of the cut.
We learned from the past, did we not? Because I'm annoyed, guys. I'm irritated, and we're smarter than this. We're prouder than this. We're beautiful.
That's right.
We're intelligent. We're here. And we want to make this money. We want to get the job done, and we deserve to be paid, and we deserve time.
Hey, that's
I have
right.
one
That's
kid
right.
with me right now. The other two are at home. And I'm here because of her.
I've been on strike at the UMWA for almost a year, since April 1st, 2021.
Woo!
And in September, I started working at Amazon. The camo you see here today are the UMWA striking miners after 11 months are still holding the line.
Woo!
When you vote yes for the RWDSU, you are gaining brothers and sisters across the country who will stand with you. You will never be alone. We are one, and we are everywhere.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
We got a lot of employees right now coming out, standing out, speaking out, and we're gonna do what we need to do, what we should have did last year, and win.
How can you put a cap on pay after 3 years when the economy is still rising? They get an extended ladder, but we get a cap.
And the message to the young people who are about my age, I'm only 20 years of age.
Woo!
I hope I give some type of hope to the people out there.
You give me hope.
The only way that we can bring about change is by coming together and forming our union.
That's right. That's
our
right.
union is us workers. Solidarity until the end, and solidarity until we win.
Yes!
Thank you, and really just honored and so glad that you could join us today, Michael and Jennifer. It's been a lot of work, and so just hoping you can introduce yourselves, let the crowd know who you are, and then we'll ask you a few questions about just what's going on, why this matters, and what's on your mind. But I'll pass it over maybe to you, Jennifer, if that's okay, or Mike, if you want to start off first. I don't know if you all had a preferred order, but just let us know who you all are.
Go ahead, Jennifer.
Okay. Yes, I'm Jennifer Bates, and I'm one of the lead organizers and Amazon worker at the Amazon facility in Bessemer, Alabama. I'm one of the original organizers at the facility.
Okay, my name is Michael Foster. I am a lead organizer on the ground for the RWDS Union, and I've been here ever since the beginning working on the campaign.
Amazing. Now, for folks that don't know, this is a little bit of a newer Amazon facility. I want to say it's 2 years, maybe no more than 3 years old. Is that right? And so why don't you tell us a little bit about, what is this place? It's a giant factory coming in, promising good jobs and to hire everybody. But as that was happening, people decided that they wanted to form a union. And so what's going on? What is it like working there And what drove folks to want to build a union, Jennifer or Mike, if you could share?
Well, Amazon came to the facility, came to Bessemer, Alabama, and promised to give a lot of jobs and competitive pay. But upon coming, everybody figured out that pay is really not competitive. It was a dream they were selling people, to come in, but once we got in there were a lot of issues in the facility. Safety issues, no respect to the employees, undervalued, and a lot of complaints, seeing a lot of people getting fired without having an opportunity to give their side of the story. They just kicked out, or some people couldn't even scan in to get back through the gate and was never given a reason why they were fired. So we had a lot of issues going on. There were talks about unions. I've had conversations with people that I worked at my former job, and other individuals also had worked in union facilities as well. So we've all had conversations about organizing a union. And one of my other coworkers made a phone call to RWDSU. You met with them, and we met with them, we had a conversation, we had several meetings, and they knew we needed a union, and they were glad to help.
Right.
Go ahead, Mike.
I guess, yeah. So my thing about Amazon coming to Bessemer, Birmingham, they came, and as far as we knew about Amazon, it was just the commercials. The commercials come on with that smile coming across the screen, and you would think it's one of the best jobs in the world. So I think that the organizing campaign that we put on allowed people to see what Amazon was really about. We allowed people to understand what workers was going through inside of the facility. We're dealing with different issues like TOT time, dealing with issues of their schedules being changed in the middle of the day, not having coming to them and saying that you have to work mandatory overtime when I have a facility full of females that needs to go home and get their children from the daycare, and you just spring upon them mandatory overtime. What should they do about that? That's putting people in between a rock and a hard place. So my thing about it, again, is why did they choose Bessemer, Alabama? And I believe they chose Bessemer, Alabama because they believed that they could come and oppress a group of people that was not used to making decent wages, that they'll probably work at restaurants and things of this sort. Now, they thought that they could come in with a $15 an hour and oppress a group of people who was already being oppressed.
No, that's right. And go ahead. Were you going to say something, Jennifer?
No, I'm just agreeing with Mike.
Yeah, well, and I was wondering if you could tell us more, because you described just like the last minute scheduling people had, right? Like the limited choices and the control and the tools, really, the digital tools and the technology that the company was using in the facility. This is a state-of-the-art facility, right? There is tons of like technology and algorithms in play there, but so it just sounds like they had a pretty sophisticated thing going, but I'm wondering if you could describe then a little bit, because this is the rerun, right? And so we've already done an election. We've seen what the company, it's fact now that they violated some of the laws that led to the rerun, right? And so can you just describe some of what the company was doing, what they tried to do? I think there was a question on the chat around, like, were people scared? Like, how did people organize? And I also know that there's been a community element, or like an effort to bring in more leadership and support behind the workers, faith leaders, community members, the local NAACP chapters. More and more people are coming out. A recent survey I saw said that almost 70% of people in the vicinity of Bessemer supported the workers. And as more people found out about it, they supported even more, that you all should have a voice at work. Right. And so just tell us about the fight, the community response, and just, what it's been like.
As far as the rerun election, we had several unions come together to come down here and work with us on this particular campaign, because this is not just a RWDSU fight. or a UFCW fight. It's all unions combined. We had the Teachers Association union down here. We had the Coal Miners union down here. We had the Mail Carriers union down here. Just so many people came together because they can sense that this is a major thing that's going on. So people were scared the first go around. I believe with this go around, people are not as afraid anymore, simply because of people like Jennifer Bates and Dale Richardson and people like this that are stepping out, that are wearing union shirts inside of the facility. We're building flyers up with hundreds of people faces that work at the facility, allowing other people to see that they have nothing to fear, that they can stand up and they don't have to just take what these companies are giving them. People was dealing with issues of the company tracks you when you go to the restroom. So it's like a timer on you. So people are getting terminated for these types of things. And once we got together with the community and explained everything and educated people on what was going on, they wanted to get involved. We didn't have to ask them to get involved. They wanted to get involved because this is their community. This is where they live. Amazon just showed up here. These people have been here forever. And Amazon wanted to make it seem like that they're coming to make it better, but they really just come to oppress these people. And we're not having it anymore. The union is not having it. The workers are not having it in the facility no more. And they want a seat at the table. They want their voices to be heard. And that's simply what it boils down to be.
Right.
No, I think that's right. And it's just really interesting to note, like, your point that, you know, it wasn't just about like one employer, one facility, or one contract, even though that is really at stake. It's about, you know, what kind of jobs, like, are we having like one of the largest employers in the region that's going to destabilize home care and daycare and like people's schedules and lives. We're talking about like a massive employer that like, it sounds like the entire labor movement understands the importance of supporting and trying to roll up its sleeves and get to work and do the organizing. And I guess just what could you tell us about like why that matters, and in the US South, why that's so important in Alabama, the context? I guess one, why is that necessary? And then two, just like where do we go from here, right? I mean, you know, the company's fighting as hard as it can, any way it can, and yet workers are continuing to make progress, right? They want to make improvements. They know that there's things that can be done better. And so, what's next? What are you all thinking? And then, yeah, just tell us a little bit more, if you can, around like, you know, why you think it mattered that this movement or all of this work went into, you know, this last phase.
I think that it matters so much because if we're talking about the first campaign where Amazon knowingly cheated and deliberately done things that they know that was not fair, that was not right. They posed intimidation on people. So with the labor union, we decided that, hey, this could not keep happening. And this is important, like Jennifer stated earlier. We have rising gas prices, food prices, and things of this sort. And Amazon wants to put a cap on this type of which payment. They want to put a cap on the payment, which is not fair. So what do these workers go from here? So I don't think it should be up to the companies to continue to give these hardworking people pennies. So the labor as one, we recognize this, and Amazon is taking over all type of entities and fathers as medicine. They're taking over delivery services everywhere. And if we don't get a hand on it, Amazon will just swallow everybody up, and it'll just be Amazon right now. So we know the importance of getting on the ground, educating people about what the union can do for you. How can it help you? Because we're dealing with a lot of young people inside of this facility that needs to know and to understand what a union can do and benefit you. And Amazon is fighting us on every accord, on every level, but it's not about money. It's about them keeping their power and their authority. That's what it's about. We're talking about the richest man in the world. So we know we're not talking about an extra $2, $3 an hour. We're not, no, that's not the discussion. The discussion is him compromising with the people that's making him this money. If I'm not mistaken, last year during the campaign, during the pandemic, Jeff Bezos became the richest man in the world because of the work that his employees put in. During the pandemic, and during that pandemic, he took away their $2 essential pay, calling them heroes, but they took the money away. He became the richest man in the world and did not even recognize his employees at all until he went to space and he said, "Thank you for sending me to space." So what kind of message is that to the workers? So we're not standing for that anymore. The union slogan is that we don't want a minimum wage, but we want a living wage for these people and these workers, you know.
No, thank you. And so I'm actually going to invite Deb and Sarah back because I'm going to ask 2 questions. Everybody can have at them, and then we'll see if there's some audience questions before we close out here. But Jen, maybe I'll start with you. I mean, you know, I don't know if you had experience, you know, it sounds like you worked at the facility, or if you had, like Deb, she shared, she had experience in a union facility, but that union already had been established, right? And so this was the first time she'd seen, maybe, I think, such a vicious fight from her employer. And so just knowing and seeing what you've seen, Jen, and we'll start with you, like, you know, particularly from the company, what would you tell other workers, you know, who want to make improvements? Like, just, you know, like, what's your thoughts? What would you share?
Yes, at this facility, that was my first time. The previous facilities that I worked at, that already was established with the union. Coming here to see how aggravating the company could be against unionization was shocking to me, and the way they fought against us. And what I would tell other employees around the country is to not listen to the company, because the company does not have your best interests at heart. Their whole facade is to confuse you, manipulate you into getting representation for yourself. And that's one of the things I had to continue going back after Amazon was forcing us in those classes. I had conversations with employees, especially the younger ones, who went in ready, you know, to vote yes, but when they came out, they say, "I'm confused. Now I don't know what to do." So I think the strategy that is given to employers to manipulate and interrupt organizations, I think that need to be stopped. And one of the things I want to also tell them is to keep fighting for your rights. Think about your well-being. Don't think about where you are today. Think about your tomorrow. Think about your children, your family, and your health. This is the reason why we're fighting to organize, because so that we will have a better life. We don't want to just work, you know, live just to work. We want to work so that we can live and enjoy our families, just like those who sit at the cone, the top of the cone. You know, the CEOs, they get to sit at home, go on vacations with their families, but we got to fight to make sure we still have a job, and we have to fight to make sure the system doesn't get our children, because I have to work 2 and 3 jobs. You know, no one should have to work 4 jobs. I work with a young lady who worked 4 jobs, and she's working at Amazon. No one should have to do that, because when do you have time to sit down at the table and see if your child is being bullied? Who has time to get off work and make it to the daycare before they say, "Hey, we're getting ready to shut down"? But if you go, the company said, if you don't have enough time, you're going to get fired. That's not fair. And now I'm so glad that the labor movement is moving in a direction to bring back unions so that we can have a seat at the table and have a say about our job, our situations, and our families.
Thank you, Jennifer. And Deb, I'm not sure if you're still with us. I know you got bargaining and you got to go back to work maybe later today, but if you're here, welcome you back. And Sarah, just and Mike as well, just what would you tell other workers who are, you know, gonna organize?
Yeah, I am still here. And Jennifer and Michael, that very inspiring. And we've been following your struggle right from the beginning because we were organizing at that same time. And I wish you all the best. But yes, it's hard work. You know, the lessons we've learned, it's very hard, but you can do it. And it's a matter of working hard, you know, keeping that information flowing worker to worker and never giving up. And it's definitely worth it. You know, having that seat at the table was worth every single fight that we had over 2 years.
And over those 2 years and over 45 years, I mean, it took the nurses at Maine Med had their first drive in the 1970s, and it took so long, and it shouldn't be that hard. But, you know, the resolve and the keep fighting. And I love hearing that all the other unions are coming out down in Alabama to support you all, because that's what we saw here in Maine. And it's so important that the labor movement come together and support one another, and hopefully be the anecdote to the union busting. You know, you have, on one hand, you have the companies telling all these lies and doing all these things to discourage the workers from organizing. And if the other unions and the community can say, no, don't listen to them, we support you, we have your back, you're doing the right thing, hopefully we can balance that noise out and remind workers that they have every right to pursue a union.
Anything to add, Mike?
My message to workers is that I like to give them a little part of my story. I come from a poetry plant where I worked there for 20 years. And I just want them to see that the union can bring upon opportunities to be able to better yourself, to be able, like Jennifer was saying, to go on vacations, to be able to spend some time at home with your families, because the company's job is to get their product out of the building. The union job is that we care about the people who's putting in the real work. So I like to just let them know that I know hard work and I know where they're coming from. And if they could just hold on to what they believe, we can succeed.
Thank you. And Mirko, I've tried following some of the chat, but if there were a few questions that you feel like really came up once or twice, or that we want to bring back up for our panelists, I think we have room for one or two. We did see the requests for videos and links. I think we can share some of those things. Those are out there. So we'll get that to the conference organizers. I saw that one. But Mirko, if there's other questions, maybe if you could paraphrase or throw one out. Otherwise, I think we can start just kind of offering some remarks, observations, and kind of transitioning back here. So do you think there's any questions, or should we keep going?
Yeah, there's two questions. One, I think, has been answered. That was a question about how to overcome the fear. Yeah, and I think Michael and Jennifer were very good about answering that. And I think it has inspired us. That it takes the whole community to get engaged, and that you've been able to mobilize that. Another question was on the nurses campaign about sort of the demographic composition of the union and the campaign. That was a question asked from, I think, a colleague in South Africa.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure on the demographics.
It might have been a question of like age, race, gender, like who works in the hospital, who is Maine, just because. So I think that might be the question, but I could be wrong.
Oh, okay. Well, Maine has changed quite a bit, over the years, and certainly in the past, 20 years that I've been there. We have many new young people coming in and moving in from other countries. We have many people who have settled here from various countries in Africa, Somalia, Nigeria. I work with nurses who have worked in all other countries too. And as far as age, there's many of us who have been there for a long time. We're in our 60s, and there's brand new nurses, lots of brand new nurses that are right now here, in their 20s. It's their first job. So many of them hopped right in on the union thing, and then many of the younger ones were a little bit, cautious. They weren't sure, am I going to get fired for doing this? And then as far as Maine, as Portland, Maine goes, and Sarah, you can correct me on this one. Even though we're the biggest city in Maine, it's not a huge city. It's been growing, but I want to say, are we somewhere around like maybe 85,000 people? I think, so that's not a big city, but it's big for Maine. And and we're only 2 hours north of Boston too, so we're very easily near larger cities too.
Yeah. No, well, look, and we're at time, so thank you all. I guess just to make some remarks and observations and then to close this, but I'm struck by both of your stories and how this question of the quality of work translates to consumers and the end user, both like staffing and safety, but also like childcare and what you take home. And so I was just like really thinking around like, yeah, what's happening in the work doesn't just stay at work. It's things that follow us and has implications for lots of things. And so maybe it makes this point of like community involvement and helping people see that we all have a stake in this that much more important. And then this question of young workers and of having worker organizations and really, I think, building the leadership and preparing units, because it shouldn't have to be this hard, but our laws are broken. And until such a time, we have to do all we can to help workers be successful. And I'm just really, I think it takes us back to what Deputy Secretary Sue said well, and she spoke a little bit about essential workers, but really how it's underscored their importance and the power that they have there. And really, I think what I was thinking as you all were talking is that, look, workers are seeing the problems, they're experiencing, they want to make solutions, but how often we lack even the knowledge of systems or the roads we need to walk to really change and channel power. And it's not an easy walk. In the case of Amazon, as Michael and Jennifer, and really you, Deb and Sarah, also laid out. But once they know that there's a path, how they will work and rally and organize to get there. And it's our job to really figure out how to help workers be successful. Because we know at the end of the day that unions, collective bargaining, and collective action are ways to solve some of these problems. And so I think the task is twofold. And Deb, you said this right. And so I just appreciated you saying earlier, right, we need to pass the PRO Act. We need to change the rules. The system is rigged. And so that needs to happen. But we also need to roll up our sleeves and follow workers who are in motion and organize and do what Sarah did and throw everything we can down, get to work, right? Do what Michael and Jennifer are describing, which is a labor movement, a community coming together to continue to push, right? And that will continue to push is my sense, right? This is not like whatever the election outcome, my sense is you all are building committee leadership and going. And really that plus what's happening in government, the quality jobs initiative, the worker power task force, all of these things are things that we need to get behind and continue to do. And then with you in this room, do more. And so really, I think that was what we wanted to just talk about, that this is a moment where workers are in motion, that they want to build power, that unions are a real solution. And we all have to get creative or roll up our sleeves and get to work. But really, we know we're in a room full of people that are doing this, thinking about this, working on this every day. And so I just wanted to say thank you all so much for the invitation. Thank you, Deb, Sarah, for your leadership, the incredible work, and now the negotiations in Maine. Thank you, Michael and Jennifer, for just the incredible work and determination over the initial election, the rerun, and into the future. And I think for you all to know that absolutely, I mean, I think Sarah would share the sentiment that we're absolutely there to support, and the labor movement is there to respond and stand with folks, and just want to commend you all, because I know certainly I saw this in the chat, it's inspirational to folks abroad, but it's certainly inspirational here, and you are part of really catalyzing this movement, and so together we can do that. So with that, I will pass it back to Mirko and the conference and just say thank you to everybody for giving us this space.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Carlos, for the excellent moderation, and to all the sisters and brothers, keep up your fight. You're not alone. We know that your fights are being waged in other countries of the world, including Germany. There's a large Amazon campaigns taking place here. There's a global Amazon network. So it's really a collective effort around the world. So thank you, and keep up your fight. All right, and for everybody, we are going to take a short break and come back at 35 minutes past the hour. And then Kathy Feingold will welcome you back and moderate our next session. So yeah, enjoy your quick break. Unfortunately, I cannot invite you for coffee. You'd have to get it on your own, and see you in 15 minutes.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We'll take a minute here to grab your cup of coffee wherever you are and whatever time zone you're in, and let's make our way back to our conference. I'll give it a minute. So great to see people's comments in the chat. I think everyone, I see the words inspiring, solidarity, keep up the fight. It was an exciting panel. Give one more second, let people come back to the screens here. All right, everybody. Great to be with you today. I am Kathy Feingold. I'm the International Director at the AFL-CIO and proud co-sponsor of today's event. I want to start by thanking Michael, Jennifer, Deborah, Sarah. What an inspiring morning we've had. As we talk about all the crises that workers are facing, it's so great to hear about the stories about collective power, about the fight back, and about the commitment to winning gains for working people. Now, I am disappointed. We have heard from Mirko and others the tales of beautiful cherry blossoms here in Washington, D.C., but I really wanted to bring you into our building today, the AFL-CIO building, which I am proud of. And so my backdrop is really the backdrop of this next conversation that we're going to have. Behind me, you can see I seem to be floating in front of the AFL-CIO building. And you can see the AFL-CIO building, our address has actually changed. We now proudly sit in the Black Lives Matter Plaza, and you can see what it looked like. Actually, this is a photo before our mayor actually made it into an even more permanent plaza, but you can see the backdrop of our response during the protests. Our Black Lives Matter, we had that up, we welcomed the protesters, and we are proud to be sitting in the middle of Black Lives Matter Plaza. So even though we are all around the world, from India to Germany to Brazil, we are glad that you can be joining us for this conversation. I hope you can all feel the energy in Black Lives Matter Plaza. Now, the plaza is really more than symbolic. Our location as the AFL-CIO, it's a constant reminder of the work our movement must do every single day to address the deep systemic racism in our country. Our country was built using slave labor, and today our laws and institutions continue to reflect that history. In 2020, as many of you know, our country experienced a series of protests responding to the murder of George Floyd. Unfortunately, the murder of George Floyd by police officers was one of many. The protests continued for many days around the country, in front of our building for many days. And in response, the Washington, D.C. Public Works Department, and actually some of our union sisters and brothers participated in this. They painted what you see behind me in big yellow letters, which are 11 meter tall. They're very big. And you know, the AFL-CIO in these letters stand right at the foot of Lafayette Park, which stands right in front of the White House. So the mayor of DC decided to create a permanent plaza with Black Lives Matter and partially close the street, making it a permanent monument to the protests. And I would say a continued action of protest. She stood up to then President Trump, who, so many people saw this as really the defiance of Washington, D.C., a city that is majority Black, a city that was in struggle. And again, it is a symbol of constant protest and a reminder of the work we have to do in the United States. And I would say to challenge all of us, we need to do around the world. Amidst the protests, the AFL-CIO created a task force, which is led by the AFL-CIO's Secretary Treasurer, Fred Redmond. The task force has grappled with some of the hardest issues, including racism within our own movement, police abuse of their power, among other issues. We know we're not the only movement that must confront our own history and racism. So we invited Fred to share with you the ways we're taking steps to address this critical issue. And I hope it generates a conversation amongst us and within our own movements. Brother Fred Redmond is Secretary Treasurer of the AFL-CIO, as well as the president of the Trade Union Confederation of the Americas. as if that was not enough job titles up until just a few months ago. And I believe he's cleaning out his office even now. He was the vice president of the United Steelworkers. He has been an activist in the civil rights movement for many years. So it's my honor to introduce to you Brother Fred Redmond.
Well, first of all, thank you,
I think they need to change the screen.
Oh, okay.
Okay, the floor is yours, Fred. Go for it.
Okay, well, thank you. And first of all, hello, everyone. As Kathy said, I'm Fred Redmond, Secretary Treasurer of the AFL-CIO. And at the AFL-CIO, we are a federation of 57 unions, represent 12.5 million workers in all sectors of the economy. Before we begin, I want to thank FBS and Mark Anner and Jana Silverman and the entire team at the Center for Global Workers' Rights at Penn State University for all the work that went into bringing this conference to life. So I want to thank you for bringing us together. And I want to give a big shout out and thank you to my sister, Kathy Feingold, for inviting me to speak on what the American labor movement is doing to address racial justice here in the United States. Look, as Jennifer and Mike helped to highlight in the last session, racial justice is fundamentally economic justice, that the two are tied together. It's a statement that I'm sure we all can agree with, and I especially, agree with that statement. But, we have to look at the American labor movement, we have to really examine our history as we address this issue of racial justice within the United States and, the role that the labor movement need to play. And I say that because I think that's very important because the Civil Rights Act, which was a major piece of legislation in the United States that was passed in 1964, it was landmark piece of civil rights and labor law legislation that outlawed discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, national origin, and later it was amended to include gender orientation and gender identity. But prior to the passage of this piece of legislation in 1964, it is important for us to understand that the labor movement in the U.S. was a product of a society that was governed and still governed under the concept of white supremacy. Prior to the passage of the 1964 Civil Rights Act, throughout the labor movement, we've had local unions around the country that would not admit persons of color. Women did not hold, on the most part, leadership positions in labor unions. And there was a disconnect between the civil rights movement that really worked to pass this landmark legislation in 1964 and the American labor movement. I mean, we could go back 1961, for example. Dr. Martin Luther King was invited to speak at an AFL-CIO convention. And he made it perfectly clear in 1961, and he sent out a call. He said that the two greatest movements for social and economic and racial justice was the civil rights movement and the labor movement. And his appeal was for us to work together and to build this transformative movement to ensure racial justice throughout the United States and within our labor movement. And then in 1963, Dr. King came back to the labor movement and asked for support for the historic March on Washington, which was the largest civil rights march in the United States up until that time. And it was that march that really gave clarity to the desire to pass the 1964 Civil Rights Act. And the irony of that is in 1963, George Meany, who was the president of the AFL-CIO, could not get enough international unions to vote to support that march. So I think it's as we reflect on where we are today, it's important in the American labor movement that we understand from where we came. And after that rejection of support by the labor movement, which, you know, a lot of unions supported anyway, right? A lot of the grassroots rank and file members and some of the more progressive unions, like the UAW, the textile workers and other unions within the AFL-CIO, they broke from the AFL-CIO's position not to support the march, and they supported the march. But, you know, the fact of the matter is there was a disconnect between this movement for racial justice and the civil rights movement that was really, really fighting for racial justice. And that fault led to the passage of the legislation that I talked about in 1964, the Civil Rights Act. And look, while you may not be facing the same set of issues or injustices in the countries where you live and work, but I think we can all agree that we all share the same fundamental beliefs. The belief that we are stronger together than we are alone, that freedom of association is the key to securing decent work, that workers joining together is the best way to address the injustices and inequalities in our workplaces and in our societies, and that unions are the best vehicle to deliver the change workers want for their families and their communities. But, you know, look, I mean, some corporations or governments, they obviously don't share our beliefs. And so they use one of our biggest strengths, our diversity, our race, religion, age, nationality, sexual orientation, and they use it to try to divide us on union campaigns, at the bargaining table, and through policy and legislation. And when they are successful in dividing us, the result is more for them and less for us, the workers, widening the inequality and weakening democracy. So the AFL-CIO and the American labor movement, we're doing a couple of things to address economic and racial injustice. The first is tied to strengthening our rights in the workplace, strengthening our rights at the ballot box, because most workers in America, they want a union in their workplace. You know, some very reputable polls here in the United States, you know, both liberal and conservative polls, have all showed that 60 million of American workers would join a union today if they could. But see, in the United States, our labor laws are broken, and they exclude huge segments of workers from joining a union, and they favor the employer when those workers who can organize attempt to organize. I mean, we have seen in organizing drives workers getting fired, losing their jobs for merely trying to come together and join a union. Under the American labor laws as they currently exist and are currently written, employers can have what we call focus groups, these independent meetings on company property with employees, and literally threaten them, okay, against joining a union. So reforming our labor laws is essential if we want workers to have good wages, benefits, safer jobs, and more racial and gender equity, more power, and more prosperity. Because equity and opportunity, you know, these things are baked in unions. And as a collective bargaining agreement is the single most powerful tool to make sure all workers are included, workplaces are diverse and accessible, that there's equity in hiring practices, pay, and advancement opportunities, and that workers gain the skills needed for the jobs of the day and the jobs of tomorrow. So there are a couple of bills that's currently sitting in the United States Congress. One bill is the Protecting the Right to Organize Act and the Public Service Freedom to Negotiate Act. And that will go a long way in strengthening our ability to organize, because it will prohibit employers to stiff penalties, okay, from interfering in organizing campaigns and from firing workers or disciplining workers for merely wanting to join a union. So these are two pieces of critical legislation that's sitting in the Congress of the United States right now. And there are a couple of bills also sitting in the Congress, the Freedom to Vote Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, that will restore voting rights and make it easier for a whole bunch of people to cast their ballots and have a voice in our democracy. You see, in the United States, suppressing the vote and limiting the right to organize have the same end, to sideline our voices and to limit our power. In the United States, we have seen over 20 states pass pieces of legislation sponsored by Republicans that will make it more harder for people, particularly people of color and young people, to exercise their right to vote. And even though we have a Democratic majority in Congress and the most pro-union administration in our country's history, the Senate Republicans are threatening to use an old and outdated procedural rule called the filibuster if these bills are brought to the floor of the Senate. And, look, what the filibuster says is that 51%, you have 100 members in the Senate of the United States, 51% does not pass legislation. You have to have a majority of 60. And because of the political divide in this country, even though we have 50 votes plus the vice president who could cast a tie-breaking vote, we have a couple of senators in our country who have the tendency to vote with the Republicans. So it's difficult to get these bills passed that will improve our democracy with this filibuster rule that was created during Reconstruction. Well, I'm before the period of Reconstruction in the South. This filibuster was really created during the time of segregation in the United States in order to keep us divided. And with needing 60 votes in order to pass progressive legislation regarding voting and the right to vote, is that we're having a difficult time, but through our solidarity, we're going to get it done. And the other thing we're doing is working to fix our criminal justice system, a system that has contributed to generations of damage for people of color. And in 2020, we created the Task Force on Racial Justice to take concrete action to address America's long history of racism in the criminal justice system. And last year, we developed steps governments and law enforcement agencies can take to end just that. See, formerly incarcerated people, in our opinion, should have full access to government services for education, housing, and employment assistance, and should be able to fully participate in our democracy. And that's an objective that we're working towards. In the United States, under the criminal justice system, when a person is incarcerated, they pay their debt to society and release back into society. In a lot of cases, they lose their right to vote for the rest of their lives. That record of criminality, even though they have paid their debt to society, prohibits them from being gainfully employed to find employment. And it also prohibits them, in a lot of cases, from being able to secure affordable, sustainable housing. So, criminal justice is a key issue that the American labor movement, through our criminal justice task force, has taken on. And we are also pioneering education and job training programs to help those who have served their time reintegrate back into our communities. And our police reform task force is preparing to roll out a pilot program to help with police accountability. You see, a great majority of police officers in the United States belong to a union. And we put together a task force of police officers, unionized police officers, and created a program called ULEADS, Union Law Enforcement Accountability and Duty Standards, which will really put the responsibility on the unionized police officers to intervene when they see, or if any of their coworkers and fellow union members may be doing things that impede the profession and also impede the relationships in the communities where they work. And if we want to guarantee a strong labor movement in the future, we have to hold ourselves accountable too. So we too are having tough conversations on race and racial justice and equality throughout our labor movement to make sure that we are practicing what we're preaching. And over the last year, we have brought together leaders from communities of color, the LGBTQ plus community, and more for critical discussions on national racial justice issues. And we've surveyed our state federations and central labor councils to take a look at the work they are doing and identify the best ways that we can collaborate to advance our racial justice agenda, and particularly intensify and form stronger relationships in the communities with community activists in terms, where we live and work. You see, I believe the labor movement has to be part of the solution, and feel very strongly that the labor movement is uniquely positioned to tackle these issues and forge real change. And I hope some of the things that we're doing here in the United States to bring working people together can be applied across the globe. And I'm looking forward to answering any questions and discussing these issues further. So thank you very much. I'll turn it back over to Kathy. Kathy?
Thanks so much, Fred. And we have a couple minutes here. You laid out so many areas of work. As you can see, we are committed to digging in to a lot of the challenging questions, from voter rights to criminal reform to addressing need for police reform. Any questions that folks have, if you can put them in the chat. I'll give it a second. Or everybody is okay with it. This is a pretty big issue. And so I'm not sure if people want to, in the very few minutes that we have left. It would be interesting to hear from people in other movements, because obviously this is an issue. I know that we heard a lot during the Black Lives Matter we protest. We got lots of solidarity letters, lots of interest from other countries. I know in the Tuca region and the Americas region, we've been talking a lot about how to deal with this throughout the Americas. A question for Fred: how will these issues impact this year's elections? In the U.S., we have midterm elections in November. Fred, how do you think these issues will impact the upcoming elections?
Well, I think they will have, and we're working to make sure that these issues have a very good impact. We think that these issues will galvanize the communities to really come out and vote, despite the difficulties throughout the law, with voting in some states and communities around the country. We think that joining with our partners, our community allies, pushing forward on these issues like police reform, criminal justice reform, we're working with, and we're leading the charge, and we're working with people, our community partners, community groups, in order to push these issues forward. So, the labor movement is, is prepared to really spend a lot of resources and to, create and go out into the community and talk to communities. And we're doing something that we have strictly got away from over the years. We're having face-to-face discussions with our members to talk to them about these critical issues and the necessity to come out and vote, and to make sure that we voting for representatives, for people to go to Washington, D.C. that represents the interests of working people. for too long over the last couple of election cycles, our message was delivered through Facebook and Twitter and social media. But this election cycle, we think that going to talk to our members face to face about these issues, as well as people in the community, we think it's going to have a dramatic impact.
That's great. Thank you, Fred. And one last question before we transition. What's the biggest barrier to changing labor laws in the U.S.? A favorite question, because
Sure.
That is one of our top priorities.
Sure. The biggest barrier is the money that's funded into the American political system by major corporations throughout the United States. And what it does is it does not give us the votes that's necessary in the Congress in order to pass this landmark legislation. Merely what we're asking for is just, give the workers the right to decide whether or not they want to join a union without being impeded from trying to join a union if that's what they decide to do. And companies are fighting us vigorously. They're pumping a lot of money into the legislative agenda to make sure and to try to ensure that workers don't have that right. But we feel very strong that there's people in the United States are standing up. They're saying they're talking about collective action. They're talking about the right to have a voice on the job. They're mad because during the pandemic, during the period of the pandemic, they were classified as essential. Now that we're coming out of the pandemic, they're being viewed as being disposable. So workers are standing up, but there's a huge amount of money that's going into the Congress to try to ensure that these workers don't have the right to organize.
Thanks so much, Fred. And we unfortunately are at time, but I just want to say thank you for your leadership. I know this is an issue that we're going to work on continually at the AFL-CIO, within the Trade Union Confederation of the Americas, as well as the International Trade Union Confederation. So thank you so much for taking time to be with us and for your presentation. And I'm seeing that Carmen Fordo is saying there's no translation. So if folks can make sure we are getting the translation fixed. Thank you, Fred. We're going to transition.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Let me just do a quick check-in on translation. Make sure that Lisboa, perhaps if you puedes decirme si se escuchan bien. Yeah, I just want to make sure we've got everybody who's getting some translation, that it's the Portuguese, or Jana, if someone can just confirm for me. We're going to transition to the next panel. From our commitment on racial equity, we are going to go to an exciting panel that highlights the power of gender equity and the commitment we've had all these years to building a movement that is about racial equity, gender equity, an inclusive movement, and the power of having more women labor leaders leading our global labor movement. So I want to ask that our next virtual panel joins us while they're getting ready, and we're confirming that translation, if someone can just put in the chat that translation is back and running. So our next panel is going to be a tremendous group of sisters. So what some people may not know, and I get this a lot whenever I tell people I work for the labor movement, and they say, isn't that labor movement, mostly male, and doesn't it represent just, the interest of a few? And I think to myself, they're kind of frozen in time. We've always had a very diverse movement, both in the US and globally, but for the first time in our history, we have women leaders leading in some of the biggest labor movements around the world. So from our own AFL-CIO, Liz Schuler, to Brazil. We're about to have a new woman leader in Germany. I think that's going to happen in May at the DGB, if all goes according to plan. Australia, Rango in Japan. We have a leader in, obviously we're going to hear from South Africa, Brazil, so Serbia, Canada. There are so many women stepping up to lead federations, and it's an exciting moment to take pause to look at how so many programs that we have had for many years around women's participation and leadership has actually bared fruit, has actually gotten us to this point where we have women in leadership positions at this critical moment in history when we're facing so many challenges, and it's time for really fresh thinking, transformative policies. So I'm excited to introduce our panel. We have, I'm just looking at the chat again, if someone could please confirm in the chat that we have our interpretation issues settled. We have Gabrielle Carteris, who is an actress and president of SAG-AFTRA, the union representing actors and other media professionals in the United States. She served on the executive council. She also leads globally. She was formerly of SAG-AFTRA and leads globally in the entertainment industry. We have Carmen Fordo, and I'm going to have them all do their formal presentations. General Secretary of CUT in Brazil. We will have Luisa. Do I have, nope, I don't think I have, do I have Kosatu on the line? If someone can just confirm for me if Luisa is going to be joining us. I have Stephanie Nutzenberger, member of the Federal Executive Board of Verdi and head of the Commerce Department. Sister Rima Nanavati, who has led the Self-Employed Women's Association for more than 35 years. So very excited to see all of you. We'll do more formal presentations. I'm just looking one more time. We're still waiting for Carmen. And we've got translation is in full function, and we're waiting for Kosatu. Is that right? No Kosatu at the moment. So we are going to just jump in with the sisters that we have, because it's really exciting to have all of you here. And let me just start by asking everyone their stories, because we've had this transformation in the global labor movement. Actually, I'm looking at Gabrielle, in the US labor movement. I used to sit around the AFL-CIO Executive Council when I first joined over 2 decades ago, and there were not a lot of people that looked like you. That were on the executive council. I think you could definitely have counted on one hand when you sat on the executive council. So tell us a little bit about your trajectory from leading SAG-AFTRA to now you're leading globally in the entertainment industry, your work in the US labor movement. How did you get there from acting to becoming a leader in the labor movement? Over to you, Gabrielle, and welcome.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you so much for having this conversation. It's such an honor to be with everybody. So I just want to first say I am the past president of SAG-AFTRA and now presently the president of FIA, which is the International Federation of Actors, and I'm still an actor. So we do all of our work in our union is volunteer. It's different than a lot of the other unions outside of our industry. But I actually got involved. I've always been pretty much an activist in my own personal life. I never realized the opportunity as a performer or a member of my union that I can actually participate and make a difference and have an impact. I didn't know I could have a voice. I was paralyzed partially about 12 years ago on a set in a fight scene, and I lost my ability to speak. And at that time, as I was going through treatments at UCLA, I had been invited to join on to sit in the boardroom of, at that time, AFTRA, which was the American Federation of Television and Radio Artists. It was before we had merged both unions. And I sat in as a member to listen to the issues that affect me, which I just didn't know members came together to do that. And it was in that opportunity that I started to look at what are our challenges in terms of the industry. I'm not alone. That was an aha moment for me. I'm not alone in my challenges, that I'm amongst a lot of people who are. How can we come to solutions? And so my involvement really started there. And then I had the opportunity to start working with the AFL-CIO and working with other labor leaders. And it really touched my heart. I think that it's something that's incredibly meaningful. I see what it means to have a collective voice. And it allowed me to really to say, you know what, if we can all speak together and be heard and we step forward together, we can make changes. And I see those changes happening every day, but that's really how I got involved. It was through something I had never imagined, into the opportunity to be present, into the opportunity to help build. And we merged our unions together during that time, and I came to this point. It's been a real honor to work with everybody.
That's great. And I'm going to dig in more with you, because I know you've led on some other key issues that I want to loop back on. Let me bring Carmen Fordo, who's the General Secretary of the Cuta Brazil, a small farmer born in Moju in the Amazon state of Pará, Brazil. She's been an elected union official for 30 years. Carmen, bienvenida. Do we have Carmen? Okay, if we don't, I know.
Bom dia.
Hi, Carmen. Good to see
todos
you.
e todas. Agradeço muito pela oportunidade de estar aqui com vocês. Estou vendo várias companheiras e companheiros, assim como agradeço, né, a oportunidade da Glu ter me convidado a esse espaço. Vejo meu companheiro também aqui da CUT Brasil, companheiro Antônio Lisboa, qual fico grata pela sua presença, e considero este um debate fundamental e estratégico. Não é possível conversar sobre qualquer processo de mudança no mundo, nesse momento, se não tivermos uma análise mais profunda do significado desta crise do capitalismo, dessa crise civilizatória, em que seus impactos são profundos na vida de mulheres, e na vida do conjunto da classe trabalhadora, em especial na vida das mulheres. Então, para nós é muito importante esse debate, né, de fazer o diálogo com a GLU, com membros e membras de organizações da FLC, o que aqui estão. É fundamental esse debate, fundamental essa reflexão. No Brasil, agora em 2022, nós temos um desafio imenso, que será derrotar o Bolsonaro e reconstruir o Brasil. É uma disputa de concepção de mundo, de visão de mundo, de modelo de desenvolvimento que seja democrático, que prevaleçam os interesses da classe trabalhadora, dos setores populares e compromisso de superação da exploração do trabalho e a construção do socialismo. Né? Mas esse desafio se agiganta ainda mais quando olhamos em escala mundial, vivemos um momento de crise civilizatória, de crise de valores, de pasteurização da cultura, de crise de identidade, da banalização da vida, né? Da miséria que explode no mundo todo, da falta de água que já atinge mais de 1 bilhão de pessoas, né? Agravada pela pandemia do coronavírus, né? Se a gente pensar que desde 2018, nessa crise do capital, a gente teve todos esses agravamentos, e pensar no Brasil com um governo de ultradireita que tem levado a população a situação de extrema miséria, de fome e de retirada dos direitos que nós conquistamos ao longo deste período. Períodos esse do governo Lula, que foi o período mais rico que nós pudemos viver ao longo da nossa história de mais de 500 anos, né? Há um hiato profundo entre os nossos avanços tecnológicos, que foram e continuam sendo espetaculares, e a nossa capacidade de convívio civilizado, né, com uma economia globalizada, com as corporações transnacionais, né, com os gigantes financeiros operando em escala mundial, enquanto os governos continuam sendo, em grande parte, nacionais, impotentes frente aos fluxos econômicos dominantes. E o nacionalismo, o fascismo, a apologia ao ódio, assim como ao racismo, né, estrutural, e a discriminação de gênero que avançam nesse ambiente mais geral. Então, talvez essa reflexão aqui seja de caráter, talvez não, tenho certeza que essa reflexão aqui é de caráter muito profundo. Então, diante de tudo isso, como pensar a inclusão de gênero? Né? A grave crise do capitalismo que nós vivemos nesse momento né? Como pensar tudo isso? Nós, na CUT, eu sou uma mulher agricultora familiar, do interior da Amazônia, do estado do Pará. Nós, na CUT, temos uma história de luta por democracia, de luta por políticas afirmativas e de luta por direitos. Então, neste momento, o tema da democracia tem um valor, sempre teve, mas tem um valor extraordinário, inclusive para garantir a vida das mulheres, para garantir o direito das mulheres, né? Para nós isso é fundamental, porque a gente está vivendo um momento de disputa política ideológica profunda, que não se pode pensar de forma diferente, né? A não ser que a gente pense na redução das desigualdades, na inclusão, especialmente mulheres, e mulheres negras no Brasil sofrem ainda mais do que qualquer outra, né? Se a gente não ter esses desafios colocados à frente, entendendo a classe trabalhadora e toda a sua complexidade, sua diversidade, nós não temos mais uma classe trabalhadora no formato que nós tínhamos pelo menos há 10 anos. É uma classe trabalhadora diversa, não é hegemônica, nunca foi, mas agora está muito mais claro que essa hegemonia, talvez, que a gente pensava anteriormente, ela está cada vez mais distante, né? Que não é possível construir um processo sindical, uma luta de classe, enquanto houver racismo, enquanto a democracia não for algo fundamental e fundante de um projeto socialista, né? Enquanto a gente não enfrentar as realidades que estão colocadas, inclusive sendo necessário pensar em nova estratégia e estrutura organizativa de maneira mais eficaz. Então, eu faria essa fala inicial para dizer que a situação das mulheres no Brasil, que nós somos a maioria da sociedade, né? E que nós representamos 52%, no entanto, no mercado de trabalho, a nossa participação é de 43%, e consideramos que as que estão à procura de emprego são aquelas que estão trabalhando em situação mais precária que qualquer uma outra. Há uma ausência de políticas públicas, né? E esses números são assustadores quando verificamos os casos de violência, de assédio, né? E se contarmos aonde está hoje a maioria da pobreza, a maioria da desigualdade, da ausência de trabalho, nós podemos falar no Brasil que são a maioria do Brasil, que são as mulheres, né? Então, nós estamos em uma situação, eu diria, de situação de desigualdade profunda, né? A pandemia aprofundou muito mais isso, e as alternativas que nós temos buscado ao longo da nossa história têm a ver com o nosso processo interno. Nós somos pioneiras na discussão de cota, e ela ultrapassou o lugar da nossa organização sindical, mas foram para as universidades, foram para outros lugares cotas raciais, chegamos à discussão de 50% de mulheres nos espaços do movimento sindical da CUT, e as políticas públicas que nós também, com nossa luta, foram construídas, que chegou a ter o reconhecimento do governo federal na época do governo Lula, do governo da presidenta Dilma, demonstra para nós que nós precisamos continuar a lutar por um país que seja democrático, que seja soberano, que enfrente as suas desigualdades, que coloque no centro da discussão de um projeto para o nosso país, a vida de milhões e milhões de mulheres, de jovens, e em especial de mulheres negras. Então, esse debate para nós aqui, ele é chave. O companheiro Lisboa está aqui, sabe que se a gente lê a conjuntura, lê a situação do Brasil, nós não podemos deixar a maioria do país que somos nós, as mulheres, em condições, sem uma reflexão mais profunda dos rumos do país, da reconstrução desse país, da democracia, da construção de um projeto com mais igualdade, porque são a maioria que estão em situação de profunda desigualdade. Queria fazer, a priori, essa pequena
Carmen,
contribuição.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, Carmen. And you really put out the frame for your leadership, Cuida Brazil's vision for why we must fight for both gender and racial equity. So key to our movement. And I'm going to come back to you because I'm going to ask more about how you personally got into the movement. But I'm going to first bring in Rima Nanavati, who I have known for many years, who has been working for the Self-Employed Women's Association, which is the largest, I love saying this, Rima, all women union in the world, right? Proudly, we can state that. You have been at the forefront of, I think it's over 1.7 million members. I'll let you fill that in. But really, you have been on the front lines of organizing women in the informal economy. You have pushed all of us, including the AFL-CIO, to look at the informal economy, and we're grateful. So I want to ask you, again, personally, how did you come into this work? Tell us a little bit about yourself and about SEWA and how you got to be a leader in this movement. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Kathy, and it's so good to be with you on this panel and you speaking to me. It means a lot as well. And as you rightly said that, today we have 2.1 million members, and we will be celebrating 50th year of organizing at SEWA on the 12th of April. And therefore also this is really special for me as well. And thank you for asking as to how did I get into this labor movement, organizing the informal sector women workers, where 93% of the workforce in our country is in the informal sector. And rural workers form a majority of our union as well. And it was way back almost 38 years or 40 years ago that, when I was just getting ready to get into the coveted government services, which are very, very competitive in our country. And my grandfather was the General Secretary of the Textile Labor Association, from where Ila Bhatt founded SEWA. And I just thought that, why don't I go and have a look at what SEWA is doing, organizing the waste collectors and the head loaders and the vegetable vendors. And I spent one full day at SEWA. And I thought that, before I take up any government position, I should really understand the workforce of the country. And when I got into SEWA, I was asked by Ila Bhatt that go and work in the rural wing of SEWA when, where SEWA is headquartered. We were experiencing repeated successive drought for 3 years. And it was my very first encounter to poverty, to rural workers, to what it means. We all, born and brought up in a city, educated and know the formal system. We've read about poverty, but it's very different when you experience what the lives of the poor are. And when I started working and going to the drought relief work that SEWA was heavily involved in, and I saw that women would toil for the whole day in this heat. And at the end of the day, instead of going back home, they will go from one place to another and were digging something. And I went and spoke to this women that, why don't you go home after digging for 8 or 10 hours this mud? And one old lady showed me some grass tubers and she said, we need to dig enough because that's the only meal that our family would have. And I think that pierced my heart, and I think that made me understand what real poverty is all about. And I think I didn't need any lessons on poverty or simplicity or, I started experiencing the life and work of these rural workers, and there I am today, organizing the women workers in 18 states in India and in the neighboring countries of Afghanistan, Pakistan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Bhutan, and Myanmar as well. And I think it is, the more you start living with these rural workers, the bonding starts happening. They see you as one amongst themselves, and that's what I think at Seva we practice, that we are all there to serve the members and not there to govern or, be directing anything, but how do you be one amongst them? So the members are at the core of Seva, and that is what makes us what we are today.
That's great. Thank you, Rima Ben. And I myself have been a beneficiary of what you are explaining, which is Seva brought many of us to India to experience and live with rural women precisely to train us to understand why we have to position ourselves in the labor movement and support informal economy work. So I feel like I was, benefited from your model and from your leadership. So thank you for that. I'm going to come back to you for more questions. I'm going to move on to Stephanie Nutzenberger from Germany, who is the member of the Federal Executive Board of Verdi, one of the largest affiliates in Germany. Welcome. Tell us a little bit about, so you actually, you're a business economist. How did you find your way into the German labor movement, and what kept you there? I know you worked as a retail salesperson, and what has motivated you to lead in the German labor movement?
Ja, erstmal vielen herzlichen Dank für die Einladung, und ich bin sehr froh über den Austausch und freue mich total darüber. Ich bin Verkäuferin. Ich habe Verkäuferin gelernt, habe im Verkauf gearbeitet, ich glaube über 10 Jahre, und das hat mich geprägt darin, die Arbeitsbedingungen zu verbessern, gemeinsam mit anderen. Ich war bei den ersten Streiks im deutschen Einzelhandel dabei. Ich stand mit den Menschen, mit meinen Kolleginnen und Kollegen auf der Straße für bessere Arbeits- und Lebensbedingungen. Und dieses Gemeinschaftsgefühl, die Gänsehaut, das gemeinsame Erleben und die Solidarität sind prägend in den letzten Jahrzehnten für mich in der Gewerkschaftsbewegung gewesen bis heute. Und ein weiterer sehr prägender Eindruck ist die internationale Gewerkschaftsarbeit. Also ich bin groß geworden mit der Bezeichnung der internationalen Solidarität, dem gemeinsamen Arbeiten innerhalb, sozusagen, ob in Brasilien, ob in Indien, ob in Südafrika, die gleichen Interessen, nämlich die Verbesserung der Lebens- und Arbeitsbedingungen. Und das ist sozusagen meine Herzensangelegenheit, das gibt mir Kraft, das gemeinsame Arbeiten mit den Kolleginnen, mit den Frauen, die, egal auf der ganzen Welt, auf der wir unterwegs sind, für unsere gemeinsamen Ziele stehen. Das ist das, was mich trägt, von der Zeit als Verkäuferin bis heute in den Vorstand von Verdi.
Thank you. I'm going to come back to you after we first go to, it's great to hear how you have joined Verdi, and I'm going to come back about some of the work you are doing in Germany. But first, let me make sure, I think we have our sister from COSATU, who I believe may be connected by her phone. So we may or may not get a video. Are you there, Luisa? Are you there with us? Can you hear us? Luisa is COSATU's second deputy president. Hello, welcome. Lovely to see you.
Thank you, thank you.
And I want to.
Sorry?
No, I just want to welcome you and want to hear about how you have risen to become the leader you are in South Africa's labor movement. I know you've been a fighter for women's rights, also like Stephanie in the retail sector. So want to hear how you joined COSATU and got to your position.
Okay, no, thank you. And once more, let me say hello to Stephanie. We share in the same organization. We in the same unit together. Stephanie, how are you? Let me first thank the organizers of this conference for inviting us. And we could not really miss it for any reason, given that at some point we had Comrade Vuyo who graduated from GLU, and though she's late for now at a very early age, she passed on in 2008. But it's our honor to really say the very good work that has been done. We hope it will still be, some of our comrades will still take it through. Let me then answer the question that says, how did I happen to be in this movement? Firstly, let me indicate that I am the president of Sakau and the second deputy president of COSATU. I was born under apartheid. As I grew up, I got to see the racism, the bullying, and the systematic cruelty and violence of the apartheid system. In those days, more was spent for white people's needs from the government budget by law, and there was a hierarchy in the salary structure. At the top were white men, followed by white women. Then you would then have another rung of coloreds, colored men, followed by colored women, and African men will follow. And the African women were the lowest at the rung. That is what brought me into the union. And my aim was to really remove that hateful system of apartheid. And the event was coming to work in the retail sector and finding out that I could as well be part of those who will unravel the apartheid through the union. Because besides being united as a force, we could not win it. And I was available for the union meetings. I could always report to our members on what the union had discussed. I was then elected to be a shop steward, and I grew through the ranks of the union. At the time when we were starting out as a union, there was no resistance. It was easier to get a collective agreement, and the challenges started when the union became strong and had resources. And that's where now the employers could now recognize that here there is trouble coming. So for many things, such as the work of the gender structures in the union and in the federation, one was then elected through all the ranks and became a leader in both the affiliate and subsequently to the federation. Let me pause there. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think you build on nicely from the previous session, just the intersection between dealing with, the racial injustices, obviously in the apartheid system, and how that, the labor movement continues to take that on. I know South Africa is a country we all continue to learn from, the power of COSATU in addressing these issues. Thank you, Louisa, and I will come back to you. I do want to come back to Gabrielle, because one of the barriers I know that many women leaders have identified in our labor movement is addressing sexism in all levels of our work, and as well as our industries. You have been in a challenging industry, Gabrielle. So when in our country and around the world, we heard the cries of the Me Too movement, which took on different forms in different countries, you really were one of the leaders in the AFL-CIO and in your industry. And so I wanted to ask you, one, how has this issue shaped your leadership, both coming up through your industry, coming up through the labor movement, and then through that experience, how did you shape some of the responses during the Me Too movement? Because I know I personally learned a lot from you and the work that you did at the AFL-CIO and through SAG-AFTRA. Over to you.
Thank you, Kathy. And I want to say the work that we did actually was, I think, one of the proudest things for me. The Me Too movement, actually, this was not the first Me Too movement. Everybody has to remember. Me Too, this movement is a result of issues that have taken place for decades. And so we had a moment, an explosive moment of the Me Too movement with Harvey Weinstein in our industry, but it actually unleashed, right, for all of us, an awakening in all industries about the extremes of sexual violence in the workplace and how do we deal with that. So one of the things was, for me, when this moment happened, it actually became a reflective moment for me as a woman, where even though I'm very outspoken, where did I maybe contribute to this situation and how do we change it? And I think that was an important moment for me, as it was for many men and women. I thought it was for us, how do we change what has existed for centuries? I really realized in that moment, as the president at the time of SAG-AFTRA and being a part of the AFL-CIO and being a part of FIA, what I really needed to do was we had to make a plan. We couldn't just be indignant. We couldn't just say, hooray, now it's out there and things are going to change. We had to create a plan, because if we've known for centuries the issues at hand and nothing has changed, that was a really painful moment for so many of us, right? So how do we take the systemic issues that exist and how do we really create change? And we knew that we needed to do a plan. So for us within our organization, we had partners outside of our industry and in our industry. We started having these conversations within our organization at SAG-AFTRA. We created a code of conduct, as the AFL-CIO did. That code of conduct that we created within our industry was one of the first that actually became adopted on a global level. India, actually, the Actors Union adopted our code of conduct, as did others. And we started to really communicate together about what are these issues that we share, because it doesn't exist only in one place. We went and talked about, if we were going to have a plan, what do? We have to create safety guidelines. We created, so we went and really talked about what are some of the main issues that we're being confronted with, when is unacceptable, and let's put it in writing to empower the voices of our members so they didn't have to say it for themselves. They could have the union say it. And then we had people adopt that code and the guidelines. We actually started working with our employers privately as well as in a big group. And we had to find one person who could one group that could buy in to what we created. And once we did, and once they said it out loud, everybody started coming in to support the guidelines that we created. Once we had the support for the guidelines, we were able then to put the language into our contract, because now we had a universal agreement on it. And we put language into the contract so there could be no confusion. What we couldn't change in our contract, we worked on legislation, because we realized that some of the things that we had to do, the laws had to change. There were loopholes, and there still are loopholes. So we worked on that. We recognize that there's a lot of vulnerability for hyperexposed work on set. So intimacy coordinators are a type of director that can help, or somebody who helps the director's vision and the actor to be able to feel safe on set, but they can have a very expressive, sexual, whatever it is, but feel safe. And so we started to realize there wasn't enough intimacy coordinators, that support system. So we started creating an accreditation system with the leaders in that field. There were very few, so that we can expand that field, and that it would not only expand, but it would be able to live the test of time, that it would be something that can continue to grow. And then we looked at, so we've looked at a lot of different relationships. We're very grateful to the relationship with the AFL-CIO, but also on a global level. When we were working with other unions, we started sharing different practices, and we started to adopt what we could within our organization. As you know, on a global level, there are different laws in different countries. And so how do we share we needed to find something we can share on a global level that didn't put people at risk, but helped to elevate them like a stepping stone. So we've really been trying to do that through our work together. And, I just think that it's so important for us to recognize, when I'm hearing these stories, it's true. The inequities, not only of women, but of women of color, it's tremendous, right? But the only way we're going to make changes, the only way I believe, is to really make plans and to be able to try to find those little moments, building blocks, and share those moments with others so that we collectively, it's the best part of union, as I said, we collectively can come together to actually fight against certain things together. So we actually work legislatively, not only through our union, but with other unions. We're trying to find laws. What will support you will support us. And it's been an incredible journey. But I have to say, I think it's been, it's shown us, we've seen that it can work, and there's been shifts as a result. And I think that if we continue planning and building, we'll be able to hold those shifts.
That's great. And you've inspired not only our own labor movement, but our country. I mean, this has gotten really a lot of attention, especially because we had so many high profile cases, and you've really transformed the industry. I know your time is limited. So before you jump off, I just want to get to a question that was placed here. What kind of, during this activism, did you get resistance from male colleagues? Hollywood has been operating in a certain way and making lots of money off of that system. Did you, before you jump off, I just want to get that question in. What kind of resistance, if any, did you experience?
I think first of all, I really want to say it's not just our industry, which is really important. One of the reasons we're having this conversation, it's all industries. We're here today to talk about it because it exists everywhere. But you're right. The one thing, ours was public, right? It just was something that you were able to see and identify because people are watching celebrities and they're listening to their stories. But these stories exist on so many levels, and I don't want people to feel that their story is less, even though it might not be within our industry. Ours is just seen. But have we had pushback? Yeah, we've had pushback. We've had pushback. There's an embracing of it, right? People all acknowledge, like even the casting couch, that's terrible. Everybody acknowledged it, but people didn't want to put rules around it. It was very interesting. It was like there's a universal aha moment for everybody. And anybody you speak to, male or female, say, that's just terrible. That's absolutely unacceptable. Yet nobody wanted to really put the strong language in order to stop it. And so not nobody, but that was a very difficult thing. Our members who were really survivors of this, we're really grateful, men and women, and a lot of young people were grateful. A lot of the people, men of a certain age, particularly who were running the studios, had a harder time with it, but they were also being put on the front burner, right? So I think there's a lot of anxiety around it. I remember 2 years ago at the SAG Awards, Robert De Niro saying to me, "Oh, this is just terrible." Because he was seeing how, and he's not a part of that. He didn't want to be a part of that, seeing what's going on. Everybody knows it. They see it, but there was incredible anxiety around it. And I think that the more we are able to plan and make steps, I think we alleviate some of that actually anxiety. That very thing that some of our members or people in the industry didn't want us to do, it actually freed them. And it actually made our sets not only safer, but what happened was that it wasn't just the actors that were benefiting. Suddenly the crews were feeling relief. They were being exposed to certain, things that were going on as a result, because we put certain things in place. They suddenly felt less victimized. We always think of the person who's being victimized as the person who it's being said to, but also people around who are watching and observing it. That's also a part of trauma, right? To how do I stop it? I don't want to lose my job. So we needed to give language. I've seen there was a lot, again, like I said, pushback, but there's a lot of embracing now. And then people saying, well, you got to do more. And I'm saying, you're right. So let's do more. Let's continue on.
That's great. And thank you, because I'm now going to transition. The world has been doing more because of that kind of work. As you know, at the global level, the labor movement really globally was at the forefront of putting on the global agenda Convention 190 at the International Labor Organization, which is the convention to end violence and harassment at work, the first ever global convention. And so let me go back to Carmen, and thanks, Gabrielle. Good to see you. I'm going to go back to, good to see you. Carmen Fordo. Carmen, I want to ask you, we didn't get, I wanted to hear a little bit more about how you got from the state of Pará, Brazil, to your current position, and then hear a little bit about the work that CUT is doing to address gender-based violence. Are you part of the campaign around Convention 190? And how has this work and this focus on ending violence and harassment in the workplace impacted your work and movement? Over to you, Carmen.
Então, eu gostaria de pedir desculpas, que quando eu entrei, tive problema na tradução, em seguida eu achei que tinha falar dessas ideias mais gerais da CUT, acabei não entrando muito em falar sobre mim. Como que eu cheguei até aqui? Eu acho esse caminho importante, e nem sempre falo sobre a minha pessoa, a minha trajetória enquanto indivíduo, mas eu fico alegre de poder compartilhar um pouquinho da minha vida. Bem, eu nasci no interior do Pará. Pará é na Amazônia. É à beira do Igarapé, e o sindicalismo foi apresentado muito cedo para mim, através do meu pai. Eu não fui agricultora, eu continuo sendo agricultora familiar, ainda tenho minha pequena terra, com a nossa produção familiar, e foi a partir do Sindicato dos Trabalhadores Rurais, na minha região. Depois eu estive coordenando uma região de uma luta importante que nós fizemos na época, na década de 90, por direito à energia, porque eu sou filha da barragem de Tucuruí. Na década de 70, os militares programaram uma enorme barragem, produção de energia, e 20 anos depois eu assumi o movimento sindical e assumi o movimento estadual de trabalhadores e trabalhadoras rurais, e nós não tínhamos energia de Tucuruí. Então, é um projeto que era dito um projeto de desenvolvimento que exportou energia para o sudeste do Brasil, e as populações locais não tinham energia. Então, eu me entendo na luta social, sindical, lutando por energia para a população ao redor de uma barragem. Depois, essa luta se ampliou para o Estado. Eu trabalho com mulheres, né? Organizar as mulheres dos sindicatos, organizar para fazer algo que talvez hoje não seja mais tão necessário, para dizer que nós existimos e gostaríamos de estar no sindicato, e gostaríamos de ser reconhecidas como produtoras de alimento, de cultura. Então, o meu segundo momento foi muito nesse espaço mais estadual das trabalhadoras rurais, das trabalhadoras agrícolas, como vocês falam. E esse movimento cresceu em nível do Brasil, e nós chegamos a construir, e estamos nos preparando para uma outra marcha, uma grande marcha de mulheres em nível do Brasil. No caso do estado do Pará, que é no norte do Brasil, na Amazônia, na época nós levamos muitas mulheres. Foi a maior presença de mulheres a um evento nacional na capital do Brasil, de um estado tão distante como o Pará, como a Amazônia, com problemas geográficos muito grandes. Mas o nosso processo de construção de uma agenda para o Estado brasileiro foi muito forte. Isso me colocou em evidência como liderança, né? Essa luta me colocou em evidência como liderança, né? E nós apresentamos, em 2000, uma pauta ao Estado brasileiro que tinha enquanto centralidade desenvolvimento e a questão da violência contra as mulheres e da pobreza contra as mulheres. Não é, na verdade, a pobreza contra as mulheres, mas na década de 90, muito colada à marcha do Quebec, e a gente, no ano de 2000, inspirada nessa luta das mulheres, da Marcha Mundial de Mulheres, que depois se transformou no movimento, a gente muito conectado com essas ideias de enfrentar a violência sexista, a fome, a pobreza. Nós realizamos uma marcha na capital do Brasil com 20 mil mulheres. Na época era um absurdo, num momento de extrema pobreza, que agora voltamos. Então, eu acabo me tornando uma liderança estadual, uma liderança nacional, a partir de uma forte organização de mulheres no Brasil todo. Já em 2005, eu assumo a Secretaria Nacional de Mulheres Trabalhadoras Rurais da CONTAG, que é a Confederação Nacional dos Trabalhadores na Agricultura. No Brasil, nós temos 70% da produção de comida, de alimentos, de grãos para alimento, é produzida pela agricultura familiar. Então, me torno uma liderança nacional. E na construção destas marchas, em 2011, quando elegemos a primeira mulher presidenta da República, nós resolvemos mobilizar as mulheres do Brasil e fazer uma marcha de 100 mil mulheres na capital do Brasil. Eu tenho a honra de ter sido a liderança que mobilizou, que esteve à frente, não sozinha, mas que nossa luta coletiva produziu uma marcha que entregamos uma plataforma à presidenta Dilma. E em 2011 tivemos anúncios de conquistas muito importantes, como um Programa Nacional de Agroecologia e outros voltados para a documentação, para a terra, para a titulação da terra, para políticas públicas voltadas para o campo. Então, assim me tornei uma liderança reconhecida, continuo com os pés no chão, que é com o meu lugar muito vivo, e continuo muito conectada com tudo que está acontecendo no conjunto da classe trabalhadora. E a minha confederação, o reconhecimento político desta militância, deste trabalho organizado, me tornou secretária de Meio Ambiente da CUT, me tornou vice-presidenta da CUT e me tornou a primeira mulher secretária-geral da maior central sindical da América Latina, em uma das... E é possível ter democracia com racismo, sem autonomia econômica e política das mulheres, uma sociedade racista que nós temos no Brasil, uma sociedade machista e patriarcal, que a gente precisa avançar muito. E hoje nós estamos num trabalho, eu vou finalizar com isso, Kate, num trabalho que, ao mesmo tempo que nós estamos em lutas gerais na sociedade, no Brasil, eu tenho também um trabalho muito articulado com o Solidarity Center da FLCIL, que é um trabalho de rever os grandes projetos na Amazônia. E isso é concreto lá na minha região, que é uma hidrovia que está sendo construída, que não leva em consideração a existência das populações que vivem lá secularmente, que chama-se Hidrovia Araguaia-Tocantins. Além da luta geral, tem um ponto muito importante, que é essa luta em defesa dos povos e populações. E aí eu finalizo dizendo, olha, não é possível fazer lutas gerais sem ter o pé no chão, onde a gente experimenta lutas reais com esta diversidade que é a classe trabalhadora brasileira e mundial hoje. Então, é preciso fazer uma movimentação em sintonia entre o que a gente acredita, o que a gente constrói, o lugar que a gente está de líder e o lugar que a gente pode pisar também no chão, não podemos deixar de pisar no nosso chão. Então, quando eu falo pisar no nosso chão, é ser uma liderança nacional, mas, ao mesmo tempo, ter os meus pés no estado do Pará, na Amazônia, e ter os meus pés numa visão mais geral de disputar um modelo de desenvolvimento para o nosso país, para o mundo, o mundo que vive um momento de crise, de crise diversas, civilizatória, ambiental, né, dos direitos da classe. Então, um pouco isso que me move, que me faz estar aqui e que me faz discutir, para além disso, o papel das mulheres também na política. Infelizmente, o meu país, encerro com isso, infelizmente, o meu país ocupa um dos piores lugares no mundo de presença das mulheres na política, nos lugares de poder e decisão. Agravado ainda mais agora, nesse momento, que nós temos um país que diz, um presidente da República que diz que não estupra uma parlamentar porque ela é feia. Um país que o seu presidente fala isso, é um país que não respeita a democracia em hipótese nenhuma. Porque que país que tem a maioria de mulheres eleitoras da população, a maioria de negros e negras, e nós somos subrepresentadas, com 15% no parlamento. E as negras e negras, nem consigo te dimensionar o quantitativo nos espaços de poder e decisão, de formulação e de elaboração de políticas públicas. Então, nossa luta, inclusive esse ano de 2022, é uma luta para transformar essa realidade, para poder pensar no conjunto da vida das mulheres, da desigualdade política, da desigualdade social, da desigualdade econômica. Então, eu poderia aqui falar muito tempo com vocês, inclusive dizendo sobre pautas e temas que nós entendemos ser fundamentais para alterar essa realidade, como a geração de renda, como o direito de estar nos lugares políticos de decisão, como a luta nossa por garantias, da garantia de emprego, a luta nossa por dignidade de viver nos lugares onde estão as grandes obras, como me referi aqui anteriormente, na Amazônia. Como eu tive a oportunidade de encontrar o presidente Lula nos últimos dias, disse a ele que nós precisamos rever os grandes projetos na Amazônia, que do formato que está, serve para alguns e morrem outros ao redor do mesmo projeto. Então, eu tenho muito a falar, me desculpem ter utilizado muito tempo nessa perspectiva da nossa vida real aí na Amazônia e no Brasil, como iniciei falando que o grande desafio nosso é derrotar esse projeto, construir um outro projeto, reconstruir o Brasil, e as mulheres cumprem uma tarefa extraordinária nesse sentido, uma tarefa política decisiva, e nós estamos nos colocando à disposição dessa construção.
Thank you, Carmen. I think you are anchoring not only, I love how you said, you are anchored in the Amazon, but you are also anchoring your movement in the fight for an inclusive democracy, a fight against racism, sexism, the patriarchy, and having you in this kind of leadership position, anchoring this kind of vision is what is transformative. And so thank you for sharing with us your vision of leadership, of being rooted from where you come from, continuing to challenge unfair policies in the Amazon, to being at the national level and fighting for the democracy in your country. So, obrigada. We're going to go on to another country. I want to go back to India. Rima, you are in a situation where also you have a political situation that is also, some would say, authoritarian, closing spaces for working people, challenges to collective power. So wanted to hear from you a little bit about the vision that you and Sewa has for this current moment of the multiple crises we just heard. I know you work on climate issues, you work across sectors, across religions. Tell us a little bit about the vision that Sewa has for confronting this current moment.
Yeah, I think, as you rightly put it, the space for the trade union movement, for social dialogue is shrinking in our country. And it is shrinking day by day so much that one feels that you are crushed under, a heavy mountain. But I think we have to really fight it back. And I think the only way we can fight it back is through our collective strength, through solidarity and through sisterhood. And therefore, I think, our membership, in spite of the pandemic, in spite of all this, shrinking space for social dialogue, for collective action, our membership grew by almost 40% in 1 year. And that shows that, yes, the informal sector workers really see that organizing is the surest way to fight. And I think for us, the first and the foremost is the fight against poverty in a country like ours, where informal sector is so vast and growing by the day as well. And I think at Seva we come together as poor, as women, and as workers, no matter what caste, community, or religion we belong to. And that's why we are a biggest threat for the country. That, a force of 2.1 million women and their families, and of all caste, of all religion, of all communities. But I think we come together to build our collective strength in our fight against poverty. The second thing, we always believe in political action, no matter which government is in power, and the political action as our collective right. That, how do you have policies which are also pro-poor? So that's our second important thing. And I think we always believe in what we call as our constructive struggle. So you don't give up. I think, if you move 3 steps forward, 1 step backward, but you continuously analyze that why did you have the pushback? Why were you moved, 1 or 2 steps backward? And then you again, start back. And I think therefore we call it as a constructive struggle. And I think our biggest strength comes from our joint action of struggle and development as union and cooperative or collective. So we have workers' own economic organizations which create alternative opportunities as well. So if the workers are thrown out by the municipal authorities or by the police or by the contractors or by the traders, but they still can find alternatives to their own economic organizations, which are cooperatives or collectives, federations, associations. And I think that has what helped us in our fight against, whether it's patriarchy or whether it's shrinking space for collective action. And through these alternatives, then you demonstrate and then you ask for policies which are pro-workers and pro-poor. So I think, of course, you also have to run campaigns and work towards just and equitable transition. So today we are we are demonstrating how the workers can embrace financial access to financial services through our own cooperative bank, which is Seva Bank. Or we work on building a cadre of grassroots researchers, which will then show that, how data can help and what data shows, and therefore how do you have policy advocacy which is backed by data. So that's the whole approach that we have been working. And I think the banyan tree of the workers' collectives, so you complement and supplement each other. So even if there's a strong wave of current, I think we support each other, and that's how we continue in our struggle, in our fight. But definitely, I think, still there's a long way to go. And I think one has to really come together both nationally as well as we need international solidarity. And I think we at Seva believe that if 93% of the workforce is in the informal sector, we are the mainstream. And that's where, the formal sector and the government has to partner with this mainstream 93% of the informal sector. And that's our new, fight, or that for recognition of the informal sector workers.
That's great. And I have all these images I'm writing down about being a banyan tree. like constructive struggle, because for so many of us, it feels like we take 2 steps forward and it's frustrating. You know, we lose a union vote or policies get overturned, but to know that we are kind of rooted and we're going to continue to go this way and that way, but we have our collective power, we have our movement, and that's what keeps us going. Before I turn back over to Stephanie and then to Louisa, really quickly on gender-based violence, a key issue for women, you know, in informal work, where it's not, you're not going to have sort of the human resource policy in a formal work setting. How have you approached Convention 190 on ending violence and harassment in work? And in particular, how have you taken this on for informal workers?
I'm so glad that you reminded me of this, Kathy, and I think the gender-based violence issue has become even more intense and strong because of the pandemic, not just for harassment at the workplace, but also for the informal sector women at home as well. And I think, you know, with all these loss of livelihoods, uncertainty, the climate shocks, the market shocks, all that is happening. I think the informal sector workers, even when they go and work at the workplace through contractors, or they are part of the supply chains, there is a lot of incidences of violence on women. But I think for us also, the biggest aspect is that poverty is also a form of violence with the consent of the society. And that's a very big challenge which we still have to overcome. And I think that's where the Union of the Informal Sector Workers has, it's the fight against poverty. So not getting recognized even as a worker is a violence, you know, working from home. And these home-based workers are still the resolution is not ratified, the convention is not ratified. So there is the Sexual Harassment Act, which is for the formal sector, but there is nothing for the informal sector, which the government is still working on. Similarly, you know, you see that women are subject to so much of violence because of the pandemic, the loss of livelihoods, substance abuse is on an increase. And that's a big challenge, that how do you address that for the informal sector workers, both in the urban as well as for the rural workers as well. And we have been working very closely with the governments, the national governments, the state governments. And I think the women workers themselves will have to come up with the frameworks of what is the framework for gender-based violence when it comes to informality? How do you measure it? You know, what are the tools that you use for measuring it? And that's what we at SEVA are currently working on. But I think one has to also look at the root cause that leads to, you know, violence. And in countries like ours and in South Asia, and I would also see that for that matter in some of the countries in the global South, I think the root cause is poverty, and that is what leads to violence, to vulnerability. And I can go on with lots of, stories or case studies of the women, because that's what I'm working on currently at the moment. And it's on in my head, that how poverty leads to vulnerability, to their exploitation, to abuse, you know, to violence. And I think that's what we will have to work with the government using C-190, but taking it broader and addressing, especially for the younger, the adolescent girls, you know, the youth. When you hear from young girls and women that, you know, I do not see any hope in life, that's killing. You know, that's killing. And why should a young worker, 19 years old or 20 years old, feel so hopeless? Why don't they see any, why all their aspirations and dreams have died? And I think it's the abuse, it's the exploitation that the vulnerability because of poverty that they have been facing. So I think that's the bigger challenge for the informality, and that's where C190 will become very, very crucial for us, and that's what we are working currently with the governments.
That's great. Thank you so much. And I think it's an important reminder that even in countries like my own, where you don't have ratification, you can use these tools, the conventions for campaigns, for education, to get to identifying root causes that are part of the violence. So thank you so much, Prima Ben. I'm going to now turn to Stephanie again from Verdi. And I want to ask you, retail workers were on the front lines during the pandemic. And in Germany, you have, so I wanted to, talk, first about how they, the frontline workers, retail workers have helped to shape the policy debate about, what is needed to rebuild, new policies that working people need, that we've learned, were missing during the pandemic. And then I also wanted to ask you about your industry and gender-based violence, and how has Verdi responded to the call around Convention 190 and the impacts of gender-based violence on your sectors?
Die Einschätzung und die Eindrücke meiner Kolleginnen ist, dass alles rund um Gewalt innerhalb der Pandemie zugenommen hat. Verbale, nonverbale und sexualisierte. Das sind Eindrücke, die zurzeit noch nicht repräsentativ belegt sind. Deshalb haben wir uns auf den Weg gemacht, gemeinsam mit der Berufsgenossenschaft, das ist eine Vereinigung, in der Arbeitgeber und Beschäftigte sich für Arbeitsschutz auch einsetzen, unter anderem für Arbeits- und Gesundheitsschutz einsetzen. Dort wird erstmalig in der Bundesrepublik im Handel eine Befragung durchgeführt zu der Entwicklung von Gewalt in der Pandemie, also in den letzten 2 Jahren, aber auch in den Jahren davor. Der Anlass dafür ist, dass die Frauen, ehrenamtlichen Kolleginnen, aktiven Kolleginnen bei uns in der Organisation im Handel sich auf den Weg gemacht haben, ein Projekt voranzubringen, das heißt gemeinsam stark gegen Gewalt im Handel. Und dieses Projekt hat 3 Ziele. Ein Ziel ist eine Sensibilisierung der Gesellschaft für Respekt und Anerkennung für die Arbeit der Beschäftigten im Handel. Das zweite Ziel ist, Unternehmen zu bewegen, eigene Leitlinien zu entwickeln und Führungskräfte zu qualifizieren, damit dem Thema Gewalt im Handel eindeutig und klar begegnet wird. Und das dritte Ziel ist eine Stärkung der Frauen, also stark in mir als Frau, um Gewalt von Beleidigung bis zum Begrapschen eine adäquate Antwort geben zu können. Dieses Projekt haben wir letztes Jahr erstmal sozusagen, wir haben das gestartet. In diesem Jahr findet die Befragung statt und im nächsten Jahr wollen wir damit in die Öffentlichkeit gehen. Die Pandemie hat das Thema verschärft und hat es an die Oberfläche gespült. Ich bin davon überzeugt, es war auch vorher da. Mein Erleben ist, dass die Pandemie deutlich gemacht hat, wie dringend notwendig das existenzsichernde Einkommen sind, soziale Absicherung auch über Sozialversicherungssysteme, wie wichtig es ist, dran zu bleiben und Altersarmut zu bekämpfen. Wir sind davon überzeugt, dass ein wesentlicher Baustein gegen die Bekämpfung von Altersarmut Tarifverträge sind, existenzsichernde Einkommen sind und Das hat wesentlich was damit zu tun, mit Respekt und Anerkennung, insbesondere für die Berufe, in denen Frauen vorrangig beschäftigt sind, also im Handel, aber nicht nur. Wir haben am 8. März, am Internationalen Frauentag, einen Tag vorher war der Equal Pay Day, gab es große Streikaktionen aus der Branche des Sozial- und Erziehungsdienstes, wo es auch um Anerkennung geht. Es gab Streikaktionen auch von Kolleginnen aus dem Einzelhandel und es gab eine sehr große Presseresonanz hierzu, wo deutlich geworden ist, es geht um gleiche Einkommen oder es geht um gleiche Einkommen von Männern und von Frauen. Und wenn man Altersarmut bekämpfen will und bekämpfen will, dass Menschen arm in der Arbeit sind, dann sind Tarifverträge, existenzsichernde Einkommen, auskömmliche Einkommen das A und O. Dann ist es wichtig, die Arbeitszeit auch entsprechend zu regulieren. Und das sind aus meiner Sicht die Themen, die die Pandemie sozusagen nochmal verstärkt hat. Sie waren vorher da, sie begleiten mich in meiner gewerkschaftlichen Frauenarbeit seit Jahren und sie sind jetzt nochmal deutlich geworden. Wir haben das Thema schon vorher aufgegriffen, also gegen Altersarmut, für existenzsichernde Einkommen und verstärken es jetzt auch weiterhin.
Thank you so much. And I think this goes nicely into your sister, Louisa, who is also a member of the retail sector, because it sounds like you have all experienced similar demands coming out of the pandemic. Louisa, I want to talk to you, building off of what Steffi just said, a little bit about your work to establish South Africa's parental rights agreement. Again, something we could learn from in the United States. We're one of the few countries where we do not have paid family leave at the national level or paid maternity leave. And I also wanted to know how you in South Africa are taking on the campaign around Convention 190 around ending gender-based violence in the workplace. Over to you, Louisa.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you so much. With regards to the maternity and paternity leave, yes, we pride ourselves on having an agreement that states that a worker can be on maternity leave for 11 months and the father for 2 weeks. That will be on paid leave. The aim for that is that we want when a worker comes back to work, at least the baby would have grown stronger. We know for the fact that a mother would have some needs whilst home, but within those 11 months. The first 9 months, it would be on full paid leave, and the rest will be on half. But all in all, that has been an achievement, and that has been in one big retail company and followed by others. With regards to the C90, once it was then signed off, we took upon the union and the federation to make sure that affiliates starts now educating members so that we don't just see it as an achievement on paper, but it should be known by members so that when employers don't implement, they know exactly where to start the fight. So we now, having rolled out the education around the C190, and all affiliates are now on top of that. One other thing is that we said, having achieved this, because we have been so long fighting for, particularly in the retail sector, where workers would be expected to work until very late, knock off late, and have no safe and reliable transport to home. That very convention covers that area, because the employer now has the duty, is now duty bound to make sure that the employees are covered, they have transport to home, and they are safe. By the way, it no longer talks of just a workplace. It further says the world of work, meaning that whatever that happens outside of the workplace, the employer still should be held accountable. For as long as something happened whilst one was on her or his way home, the employer has to take responsibility of that. We had so many cases where employees were, some of them were raped, some of them were killed, and we saw after the convention being in place, at least, even though not all companies have started now arranging transport, we have now seen a bit of change, and that would mean the unions must guard against that and make sure that it has to be observed by employers, and make sure that the employees are safe. Going back to that gender-based violence, we have policies. Even the sexual harassment at workplace, we have policies that talks to that, and we have shop stewards who are specifically trained to deal with the sexual harassment cases, given that they seem to be complex rather than your normal misconduct case. So we have dedicated shop stewards who are trained to deal with those cases, and we again are establishing, or rather trying to see as to what really causes, what are the real root causes of the gender-based violence in general, not only at workplaces. And we have noticed that countries like ourselves, where the unemployment rate is so high, you're bound to really have cases of gender-based violence. We have instances of inequality, patriarchy is still there, and you can't rule out that you may not have the gender-based violence. But we, as trade unions and as the federation and affiliates, we're working together with our NGOs. We're having campaigns that we join together to fight against this gender-based violence across workplaces and residential areas. So that is one area that we really are working together on. And we have as well in the Federation established a structure called Male Gender Forum that talks to male to really change their attitude towards how they see their counterparts, counter women as, and how they should be treating them. So we have realized that that structure has really yielded positive results. Instead of male now seeing their sisters or mothers as the other opponent, they now have realized that they have to have that respect to them, and they have to protect them, and whatever that comes across, they are the ones who should fight for them. So such structures that we establish makes a real difference. And again, the issue of drugs, it's one but a reason towards this gender-based violence. So we engaging even the government to say, let's work together. It can't just be worker issues. It should be societal issues together with our government, make sure that we all join hands because this affects all of us. As COSATU, we really have policies in our gender meetings, in our gender conferences. We advocate so much for shop stewards to be trained and well versed on issues of gender-based violence and of the Convention 190 as well. And we are encouraging those other countries that haven't yet ratified to say, let's all see ourselves ratified and make this world a better place to live in. Thank you so much.
That is a great note to end on. Let us all ratify it, including my own government. We're getting close to the end here, and I know it's been a big morning, and I'll see if I'm seeing a couple questions, and I'm going to see, Mirko, do we have a couple more minutes? I know you have some closing remarks as well. Let me see, Catherine has a question, and Louise said, we wanted to know, why is paternity leave only 2 weeks? If you want to quickly answer that. And then we have questions around, Martina, fantastic question. How do we look at both racism and sexism in our own movements and organizations? Which I think we're going to need even a whole nother panel on. Was it harder to reach out, mobilize women since beginning of the pandemic? Is there an increased will? Why don't we get really a lightning rod, one or two closing sentences about sort of responding to, where do we see this question around, is it easier or harder to mobilize women? And what do you see in terms of hopefulness for the coming year in building power for women workers? Now, we have very little time left, so we're going to need to just have sort of a quick intervention from everyone. So I will start, since I think Gabrielle has jumped off. We're going to ask Carmen very quickly. Has it been easier or harder to mobilize women workers? And what do you hope? I think you have an election, so I bet I can guess what you're hoping for in 2022. But what has it been easier or harder? And what do you look forward to in this year to building power for women workers?
Tem um lado muito difícil, que é a questão da vida, da sobrevivência, de mantermos vivas. Porque se não é a fome, é a violência doméstica, é o vírus, né? Então, esse é o lado difícil que impossibilita. Mas o outro lado é que seremos nós que vamos nos levantar. Nós vamos ter que nos levantar. Eu tenho utilizado muito o verbo esperançar. Esperançar, de acordo com Paulo Freire, não é ficar esperando, é acreditar que é possível se mobilizar, se juntar, é acreditar que é possível mudar a realidade, né? Então, vamos esperançar, vamos apostar que nós somos capazes de mudar o mundo. E se a gente mudar a vida das mulheres, a gente já está fazendo uma mudança grandiosa no mundo.
Thank you, Carmen. I'm with you. I think if we need to create and be the hope, and that leads to the transformation. Rima Ben, for you've been only mobilizing women workers. So that question, has it been easier? I think I heard you say that you grew during this period of time. What do you see given the ongoing challenges of 2022? It's going to be tumultuous. We've got war, we've got rising authoritarianism. What's your vision for these for women workers in 2022?
I think the vision is that, we mobilize, we double our membership, so reach out to almost 4 million members. And I think women, the informal sector women workers, they see a lot of hope in organizing. I think it's the collective strength which will help them overcome. And the most important is that data will become the new bargaining tool for these informal sector women workers. So how do you equip the informal sector workers to have access to data, the right kind of data, the data analytics, and use it for their bargaining tool. And so I think we are very optimistic for the young of our country, the young workers in the country. How do you meet with their aspirations? How do you remain relevant to their aspirations? And therefore, I would like to end by saying that, Kathy, yes, we shall overcome, we shall overcome, we shall overcome someday. Oh, deep in our hearts, we do believe we shall overcome someday. So we need to be together, all of us. Thank you so much.
Beautiful, Rima. Thank you. And you've also just opened up a whole nother panel for another moment in GLUE about the power of data and access to data. Really important issue and collective power. Thank you for that hopeful note. Stephanie, we have in Germany, lots going on in Europe, obviously. Where do you see hope? A quick line on 2022 and the powerful working women.
Ja, meine Erfahrung ist, dass wenn wir Kolleginnen ansprechen, dass die hin und wieder ein bisschen länger überlegen, ob sie sich gewerkschaftlich engagieren. Aber wenn sie sich gewerkschaftlich organisieren, dann mit viel Kraft, mit viel Elan, mit Freude, mit Mut. Und das gibt mir die Hoffnung. Wir haben eine Gewerkschaftsbewegung, wir haben eine Frauenbewegung, eine Friedensbewegung die letzten Jahrzehnte erlebt. Und das gibt mir die Hoffnung und den Mut, das auch gemeinsam in die Zukunft zu tragen mit aktiven Frauen und mit aktiven Männern. Das trägt uns im Prinzip über die letzten Hunderte von Jahren und das trägt uns auch in die Zukunft. Das ist meine Hoffnung und das ist auch meine Erfahrung. Vielen Dank für die Debatte und dass ich eingeladen wurde.
Thank you, and I think that I love that we're in a time of so much challenge that we are ending with our women leaders giving us thoughts of hope. Luisa, you have the final word here. What brings you hope? In terms of organizing women workers, were there more women who kind of sought out COSATU during the pandemic, and how do you see 2022?
Thank you. Thank you once more. We see the year 2022 being a bit different from other years, given that what really encourages us more is the participation of women in the trade union now across. We have seen them elected in so many congresses that has been taken place. And we see a lot of work being done by women. That is quite an encouragement. But let me go back and answer the question that was asked as to why the 2 weeks instead of, I don't know how many was expected, but we're saying as from a 0 to 2, surely that is an achievement because we're talking paternity, not maternity leave. Maternity would be for the 11 months and paternity being for male who are fathers being at those weeks. But we regard that as an achievement. And by the way, given that it's in our collective agreements, it's a step towards the right direction. Who knows, at some point we might negotiate for more, and that will definitely be a much achievement for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Building the floor and building up from there. I want to thank everyone. I know we're 2 minutes over here. I just want to say I've been in the labor movement for over 20 years, and this was so exciting. It was an honor for me to be able to look around the world and see powerful, hopeful women labor leaders who are, bringing all of their experience to this current moment, helping lead us on the issues we face, the biggest challenges, the fight for democracy, gender and racial equity, the climate challenge. Rio Ben just brought in data technology. So proud to be part of this movement and proud to have had this conversation with all of these women leaders. So thanks to all of you. Great first day here at GLUE, and over to you, Mirko.
Thank you. Thank you. We shall overcome.
That is right. Thank you, Kathy, and I completely share your gratitude for this emotional session. Sometimes you think that over Zoom and over distance, you cannot create this community and sort of this emotional state. But I think this session and even the one before, when we heard from the nurses and the Amazon workers, that sort of contributed really to put sort of the power struggles, and the emotional side of it, and us being in it together, that came across so well. And I think this will carry us over the next days of this conference, and of course, when we go back to our respective struggles, we can draw inspirations from that. So thank you, Kathy, for your able moderation, and all the panelists for their contributions. I just want to close with very few technical remarks. But before I do that, I would also like to thank our interpreters again that helped us translate from and into Portuguese and German, and our technical moderators who dealt so ably with the little assault that we had earlier from the trolls. And that brings me, of course, to a note of caution for you to not share the links to the sessions that we are going to have in the conference over social media, Twitter or Facebook. We know that there are trolls out there who are just praying for these things to come out in the public. So the next days, we will meet each other in breakout sessions. You have registered, and when you go on the conference website, you will find the links for those breakout groups. So there's not going to be a plenary until next Tuesday, where we will all come together in one room. The next days, it will only be breakout sessions. If you've encountered difficulties on the website or with the links, we have a support desk open that will help you find the right sessions in the next days. I have to apologize for one session that was scheduled, I think, for tomorrow that has been canceled due to illness. That is the session on the international labor history. So that is unfortunately no longer taking place, but people are interested in that. We are going to create another opportunity to have this conversation, because this is also going to be a GLUE product. We plan an online course on our international movements history. Yes, I think that's it. What I wanted to say. The most difficult part for me today is not to be able to invite you to have a drink together, because that would really, be so nice after these great sessions that we had to enjoy and spend more time together. Unfortunately, I cannot offer you that today, so I have to leave you and find a little camaraderie in your office, if you're still in the office, or on your way home to your family. If you happen to be in the time zone where it's late beyond office hours, be safe on your way back home. And I look forward to seeing many of you over the next few days. So be safe and come back tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks. We are really inspired by this program. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.